Oh my god, I'm nervous. I'm just gonna get into it. Yeah, we'll just jump into it because honestly, if I don't, I'm gonna panic.
You doing it?
Panic. Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Hello. Are we?
We're doing some science here, bro.
Science.
Yeah.
Kind of science.
Apparently, Discord changed the tone you hear when you receive a message.
Do you? I don't hear it. I have my sounds off.
Wait, now it sounds like it did before.
Why'd they change the boop?
Uh-huh.
Boop.
The boop.
Why?
Now it sounds the same to me.
Is it only mentions that they changed?
No.
No, it sure isn't. God.
I gotta turn my sounds actually back on if I need to hear it. I have all my, streaming mode
Well,
kind of turns
set
everything
to
off.
forever do not disturb. So
I am, because I.
Yeah, bro.
What's wrong with that? What do you mean?
Tell us about your feelings. Like, why don't you like? Why are you shunning the world?
Because I'm a neat dude.
Someone called me out on that, and I actually changed that.
I'm a literal neat. I hide in my house. Like, I barely see the sun.
Dude, the start to your recovery is taking yourself off Do Not Disturb.
Is that the beginning of it? Is it?
Okay, I mean,
because honestly, I have friends that legit thought I died. They're just like, dude, we thought you died. We haven't heard from you in like years. I was like, no, I've lived in the same place. They didn't find out until from high school on. They didn't know I was alive until I was moving to Arizona, and they're just like, dude, you've been alive this whole time? I'm like, yeah, you guys just stopped. You just stopped coming around. They never checked on me. Exactly. I was like, is that a problem with me or you? Like, that's a you problem, right?
That's some hardcore friending.
Yeah, I know I'm terrible at keeping up with relationships. I'm really bad at it. I'll fall off for a couple months. I'm like, oh, we haven't talked in 7 months. That's okay, right? No. So
wait a second.
uh-huh.
The reason why they didn't know that you were alive was because you were in your house.
Yes.
That means that they were stalking you. They were surveying your place.
And they never saw me come out?
He never leaves. He never comes out. We never see him. He must be dead in there.
To be fair,
the only logical explanation.
It kind of makes sense because one of the friends lived literally down the street from me.
I thought you were gonna say because it makes sense because one of your friends is a stalker.
I just hang out with stalkers. It's the majority of my friends. It's kind of. I think that's a me.
When you have
issue.
a lot in common,
Oh no, I am not a stalker. I've never stalked anyone in my life. Just full disclosure for anybody that's listening.
Now he clarifies.
Just letting everybody know, I don't stalk people. I actively avoid most people. So
I don't stalk them. I just watch them intensely.
Oh no! All right, we're gonna play D&D because this is
from their home security cameras.
Yeah. That's I'm not gonna. We're gonna end there. I don't want to.
Wi-Fi is not as secure as you think.
Oh no! I mean, we can get into that. There's people. Aren't there I watch YouTube videos of people there are websites dedicated to low security webcams around the world. I'm like, that's creepy.
Yeah.
They're all honestly, they're all low security. I saw a video I saw a news report where these people got in contact with these ethical hackers, and they were they found this young couple, brand new home security system, everything connected to the Wi-Fi, including their door lock. And the hackers were like, "Yep, just to show you, and they've got all the latest stuff. Here we go." It took them about 3 minutes, and they were controlling their cameras. They unlocked and locked their door. They could control their thermostat, literally everything.
Yeah, any cloud-based stuff, I'll stay away from that. If I'm gonna get a security camera, it's gonna be closed circuit. It's gonna be all in-house. It's not gonna connect to the internet. Oh shit. That's terrifying. Anyways, you guys ready to play some D&D?
Yeah. Let's do this.
Not knowing whether or not people are looking at you through your webcams and everything and your phone? That's fine.
Keep in mind to Sleepy's chat. We're definitely not all watching.
Oh no.
Yeah, of course not.
Oh
That
man.
would be weird.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I guess with everything, might as well begin since we may not know when our next session is going to be. How about that?
Wait, whoa.
All right.
Hold on, actually, I do actually have something.
Yes.
What's with all these countries banning Discord? Did something happen?
I have no idea. I've been disconnected from the world reality.
Oh, okay.
Who's banning Discord?
A couple of places. I think like Russia, Iran, I don't know, Hungary.
I don't know.
places.
I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe
Just all
security
the
issues.
Dictatorships.
As I was mentioning this list, it was suspiciously there was like a theme. So yeah, maybe.
All right. So with that, let's go ahead and get into today's session. They had finally landed in Oxbrun after a long journey at sea. Almost immediately, they were poked and prodded for identification. However, this was hardly the kind of group to carry such things. Alpha had only come into existence weeks ago, formed from the death of the Ebengard Vic-32. Nuke had grown up on Tenebris, a space station orbiting a planet nearby the sisters, Zeus and Valoria, a place unknown to most. And Thamir, a pirate by trade, certainly didn't carry identification. Even if they had, Thamir would possibly be considered deceased to the world, lost to the Great Storm at the southern tip of the continent of Risliro. But this was no time to simply waltz into Oxbrun unnoticed. An abomination born from Basira's wrath had nearly destroyed the world's greatest archives. Monsters had wreaked havoc across the city, leaving a trail of casualties in their wake. After the devastation, the military presence intensified, making it nearly impossible to slip into the metropolis undetected. Despite the heightened security in the group's unpolished manner, they somehow convinced the portmaster, Vern Morrigan, that their intentions were good. Whether through blind faith or sheer ignorance, Vern believed them. Though their deeds were largely unheard of and the world remained unaware of the true gravity of the situation, Vern trusted this ragtag group of misfits. He provided them with false identification, ensuring their safe passage through the city. With that, they left his office as free as citizens of Oxbrun. They didn't go unnoticed, however. Petey, the enigmatic warforged, initially mistaken for yet another guard, approached them with prying questions almost as soon as they had left Vern's office. The stars had guided him to them, his new companions, or so he said. Without much hesitation, he asked to join their group, and they agreed. From enduring Theron Credulo, to journeying to the distant space station, to crash landing in the dunes of Pernios, they had constantly fought to stay alive, losing many along the way. But now, as they walked through the streets of Oxbrun, the weight of impending doom seemed to lessen, at least superficially. They took in the sights of the Terra City, the center of modern civilization. Nothing exploded, nothing attacked them. They could even be picky about where they rested their heads for the night. So they strolled along the cobbled sidewalks of the Shoppers' Thoroughfare, vehicles sputtering down the blackened asphalt roads, and made their way to Rusty's, a small hotel by the nearby industrial park behind the Adamantine Emporium. After a leisurely day of negotiating their entry into the city and shopping, they walked with their new ally in tow. And that's where we'll begin today's session. As you all had just left the gesturing Hydra, few standing outside for moments contemplating the conversations had with its proprietor, Valderon Ganthri. You all gather your things, collect your new items that you had purchased, decided that the evening is going to be long and you might as well set yourself a place to rest for the day. So walking through the shopper's thoroughfare, you all stand there. The streets themselves are quiet. Well, quiet in comparison to every other parts or during normal times of the city, with the ever-present patrol, the guardsmen and the military walking around. People seem to be on edge during these moments. But with that, we'll go ahead and turn to everyone. Is there anything you would like to accomplish, or shall we head into Rusty's for the night?
I do have a question
Yes.
regarding setting the scene. So how big is this place? So this place got fucked up, right? So how big is this? Like, can we see the fucked upness from here, or is it just really large?
Give me a perception check.
Straight in. 'Cause I have my character sheet ready.
As you are looking around trying to see what is happening, there is damage. Now, you're in one section called the Shopper's Thoroughfare, main shops, tons of cafes and places to spend your hard-earned gold. You realize that the damage here is minimal. And you get a quick glance, you kind of figure why. You're not the only ones here that are well equipped. There are dozens of adventurers just leaving other shops. But as you start to walk away from the main road, heading into the industrial park behind the Adamantine Emporium, you realize that the damage becomes a little bit more clear. You see a downed brick and mortar warehouse completely demolished, leaving only bits of the perimeter, the lower bricks that were still stuck. But entire collapsed groups, and there are still cleanup efforts happening during this time. Tons of the automata and even large vehicles carrying away a lot of this brick material, a lot of the rubble to clear way for new construction. The more you walk, the further away you get from city centers or main hubs of activity, the more you get into the back alleys and the back roads where people live rather than commute to, with less presence for military or even just the guard presence there. More damage is seen. And you are starting to see that not only was the main tower damaged, but the surrounding city itself, it's widespread. I see you guys keying your mic and your characters are bouncing, and I have to look every time. It is very distracting. I think I have ADD. I see them flash. I see Alpha flashing. I'm like, I don't hear any voices. What's happening?
It's because for some reason, even when I'm muted on Discord, it still pops up.
Yeah.
It's registering there's something going on. But
Microphone's probably a little too sensitive in the little app thingy.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So yeah.
As Nuke is kind of looking around at all that, I'm gonna walk up beside him and just be like, "So, we spent a fair bit of gold at that last store. How does one usually acquire gold these days? I'm guessing it's usually not like someone throwing it as they leave you on a deserted island, right?"
Well, I mean, to be completely honest, I'm not from here, so I kind of thought that's how you get gold.
That's a good point, actually.
I mean, we did sign up for the fucking, the fucking thing, the place. with the quests, and then we just left. They were going to
Did we
pay us
sign-
to do
wait,
shit.
Wait, what did we sign up for?
Golden Sip or something.
Oh, in Pernios.
Yeah, that place.
Yeah, and then we kind of just got left on an island. Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there's like a a silver sippy or something around here.
Oh, maybe there's something affiliated with them. That's a good point.
Well, it did seem like a big operation, so
That's
possible.
true. That's true.
How much gold do we even have? I think I gave it all to Tamir. I'm kind of afraid to ask him.
I'm pretty sure they have all the gold. Yeah. 'Cause I don't have. I mean, I can't really carry much. So.
Should we like, I don't know, leave it with them? Or I just feel it's like, key man risk. If Tamir, I don't know, disappears, we're kind of poor.
That's a good point. Should we? We'll probably divvy it up. Yeah.
Not
Although-
it.
Oh,
Not it.
What? What?
Are you guys quiet enough that the mayor does not hear this?
Yeah, I was asking the
I
same.
think.
Go ahead, both
Trying
of
to
you
be,
give
I
me
think,
a
too.
stealth roll. Thamir,
Oh
what
my
is your passive perception?
My passive perception. Let's have a look.
Believe is 14.
Yeah. I think
So you are
so.
hearing a one-sided conversation. Alpha is not very, very good at masking his voice yet. You can hear this
No, not
conversation
at all.
play out partially.
We should give it to them, hey? Or take it from them? No, take it from them. Yes.
I mean, it just would be good to, spread it out a bit.
I think I'm gonna start like leaning in and just like take from who?
So it
Uh-huh.
occurred to us.
To
You
Alpha.
kind of have all the. Okay. You have all the gold. If
Mhm.
you go missing for any unfortunate circumstances,
Pirate.
I wasn't even going to go there. That's just rude.
Sorry. Rubble.
We're kind of out of gold then, though. If you poof away somehow,
Uh-huh.
it's happened. So
What do you mean?
should we divide it? It's a long story.
What?
Should,
What the
should
fuck does that
we
story have to
divide
mean?
the gold a little bit? Just to
Yeah.
make sure everyone has some.
To be honest, that was my idea in the start, but this little guy pointing at Nuke just gave me all of it. So don't look at me. I
Did
tried
you-
to give it to you.
Did you point your finger at me?
Yes.
How close?
Well, I reckon
Can I bite you?
no.
Okay. I'm gonna do
Not
the
that
action. I'm gonna
close.
move as if I'm gonna bite you then.
Oh my god, I'm so tempted to smack you.
Alright, carry on.
Yeah, no, just Tamir's just taking their like I'm just taking my hands away. Like, right, no. So 10
How much
gold
gold
for
do we
you.
have?
Let me have a look. We have about 2,500. Well, 2,498 to be exact.
Ooh, still quite a lot, right? How much do we
Is
have?
that-
Like,
Is that a lot? I
That is a lot, yes.
okay.
And what the fuck is a sippy?
Oh, the Golden Sippy. It's a place that we were at in Pernios. They were going to give us jobs, and then we ended up on a ship, and then ended up where you were. So
Oh yeah,
it
right.
didn't
That
really
thing.
pan out for us very well.
Right. Well, and did you say something about throwing? Like, we can get people to throw gold, or we can steal it from them. You know, there are ways.
ooh, I
Oh,
mean,
well, so yeah, the last time that we got gold, actually the gold that you have, technically, I think, because Luke gave it to you, that was kind of thrown at us by a bad guy when he kind of left us stranded on that island. So, yeah. I guess we're trying to figure out how we're supposed to make some gold now.
I'm still
but-
kind of confused over that. A little bit conflicted. On one hand, he's
Yeah.
a prick, but on the other hand, he gave us quite a bit of gold.
But at
So,
the same time, we
yeah.
couldn't use the gold over there, so it was kind of useless at the time.
Sure. But I mean, we're using it now. Maybe he's like a anti-hero, or I don't know. He's still a prick, though, an anti-prick. No, he's mainly a prick.
Who is to be honest? I have a lot of questions. To be honest, who's a prick and why?
Data
I mean,
S'mores was
everyone.
his name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He kind of looked a lot very much like Kalen.
I mean,
To
pretty.
the extent that they pretty much were the same person, kind of. Just different. Yeah, just different.
Same but different.
Gives a
You know.
thumbs up. It's difficult to explain, but you know that old guy that we saw that was pretty much dying over on Teluthia?
Yeah, the reason I remember him.
Yeah. He kind of looked like Caitlyn too. There's like him and Caitlyn and Datus, and there's probably others out there that look a lot like them. Yeah.
So their
Their
family.
dad was busy.
I don't think they're actually related. Technically.
Wait, I thought they were like similar composition or such.
I don't know. I mean, they might be, but I don't think that, like, considering how old that old guy was in Teluthia, I don't think that he would have had time to have the other two. I don't know.
You're basing this off what? You're like your infinite wisdom of the last 4 weeks of life.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Exactly. You kind of have to remember I know nothing, so.
But
Yeah.
didn't you actually say you've got what memories of Vic or Vic's
Well,
memories?
sure, but Vic never really left Haganeth once he got there very much. It was mostly just to defend outside of the city.
Wait, so wouldn't that mean that you're actually not 4 weeks old then? You're like more, kind of, technically.
It's hard to explain. Technically speaking, I've been with Vic. I just wasn't awake, I guess, until recently, until he died and then didn't die.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, right.
Yeah.
You know what? I've been like sitting on all this for quite a while, and I'll be honest,
Mhm.
I'm still kind of confused. So,
All right.
just to be clear, what is our main priority now? I mean, we've lost quite a lot of people. Shit has, well and truly hit the fan. I mean, Datus is still out there somewhere, right? And not firm.
They are.
I mean,
yes.
we still have Katrina and Medea. Sure, we know where Medea is, but Talis Rosen has Katrina.
True.
Is she even alive? Is he even alive?
I mean,
Probably.
if we can cast sending again, we could always try talking to Katrina and see. But she's probably being mentally guarded by Talus at this point.
I mean, Medea was pretty under wraps.
True.
Well,
And we
we
can
could
still
bring
get to
her
her actually. We can still mentally talk to her though. So.
Yeah, but we know where
Maybe.
Medea is, though.
Right. But I'm saying that if even if Talus has Katrina alive still, we might still be able to talk to her, even though.
My bad.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened here as well? I mean, to be honest, I'm having difficulty, prioritizing. I'm also a little bit conscious that, we have, lost or misplaced 4 people. So, we should probably be careful.
I agree. I'm not entirely sure what happened here. I only saw snippets of it. But basically a creature similar to what Kalen turned into in that cave. It was attacking here, and then it just seems to have disappeared. But
And it definitely wasn't Kalen.
no. I don't think so. This was after Kalen did his points to the sky thing. Or I guess as he was doing it, kind of, maybe. Regardless, no, it was not Kalen.
So I mean, what even happens if we like, do nothing now? Like, are we still like in massive jeopardy? Like, or
The convergence
everything-
is still happening actively.
how fast?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm hoping
Slower?
whatever Kalen did slowed things down, yeah. But Knockfarum is still going to be trying to speed it up again, so...
So
Not out
just
of the
to be
woods
clear,
yet.
agreed. But I still feel, Datus needs to be reeled in. I feel, he's kind of a bigger threat.
He definitely can be. It's hard to say which is the bigger threat at this point, to be completely honest with you. Whether it's Datus and whatever he's trying to do with toximosis and everything else, or the convergence.
And a lot of them do seem linked as well, right? I mean, are we in agreement? I mean, Talis Rosen, Knockfarum, Clegane. I mean, they all seem to be... Shit, whatever
Yes.
happened to that fucking Renault guy?
Renault, well, the real Renault is dead. That
Oh,
we
shit.
know.
How did that happen?
That was back on Tenebris.
Did
That
we
we
send
found his
flowers?
body?
You did find a
Um,
body that looked like Renault Avel.
That
Or
was
a
when we
body.
were getting Katrina out of the prisons,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah.
That's
He
pretty
was
gnarly.
pretty. Yeah,
He was
pretty
fucked up.
mutilated.
Yeah, he was fucked up. Yeah,
a little rough around the edges.
probably not a great end to his life.
Don't think flowers would have helped him. But regardless, there is still the other Renault that's with Talis Rosin and Knockfarum.
Wait,
I think
there's still somebody masquerading as Renault.
either masquerading as or just kind of like what Kalen and Datus are. But
This is fucked up.
I agree. I don't quite understand that bit of it either. But I know that there is still someone that looks like Talis Rosin, or not Talis, that looks like Renault around somewhere. I know that.
If
Oh.
I may,
Go on.
Yeah.
it
Kinda forgot
sounds
you were
like
here.
You're so quiet all the time. Yeah. Go on.
well, I don't spend a lot of time around people, but for me at least, when I'm confused about grander happenings in the world, I try and go back to
Gonna say about the
basics
stars,
of
isn't he? Sorry, go on.
well, yes, but it can be different for everyone. Go back to what needs to happen in the moment right now. Can you tackle those big problems, or is it wiser to focus on smaller goals? You mentioned acquiring gold. I feel that should be a feasible goal we can work towards now.
I mean, we need to get stronger somehow. And,
But what good is gold if, I know the world is going to end in 20 minutes or an hour or a week? I mean, we don't know, right?
Can you stop it as you are now?
I mean, depends, I guess. Maybe it's got an off switch or something.
Vic could try. And he kind of slinks down a little
Well-
bit.
Way to
Right.
break the mood down.
I'm just gonna poke in like, what the fuck is Convergence?
Oh,
Not
that's
it.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Not up to speed here. Did you
So
understand any of this? I'm so fucking confused.
I from what I gather from what Credulo told Vic, Convergence is basically just this worldwide cataclysmic event that happens periodically over a few centuries. From what I gather, it will kill almost everybody, except for those that I think have this, and he could puts up like air quotes, the dream, question mark. I think that's how it works. And there's this group that's trying to accelerate it because they just want to be the last ones left to rebuild, I think. But we're trying to stop it because we want people to
Not die.
not die, or at least have the choice to not die.
I mean, give me a wisdom check.
Oh boy. Why is it private? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm fixing it. I can you public it? I can't public it. Thank you.
Suspicious? Don't
In
be.
private GM rolls from a
'cause I was-
player?
I was gonna
Wow.
I was gonna send you a message, but I was like, no, you know what? I'm gonna wait.
Oh,
Disrespect.
No, I was gonna ask him to fucking transfer money.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Well.
Go on.
Bitcoin.
as you were told about this shared or collective dream, you recall this memory. You're not sure if it's yours or some fabricated memory, but you recall a time where dragons existed. Everyone still has that strange feeling that these creatures, these mythical creatures, exist. And they used to soar the skies, flying through the cosmos, creating stars, protecting those that need to be protected. But there is no remnants, no history, only tales told by those that may or may not remember it fully. And that is something that is universal to this world, is that there must have been some type of shift in timeline, no matter what period you were born in. Everybody still has this universal feeling that there is something that is just slightly off. And reality isn't exactly as it's supposed to be. It's something difficult to shake, the feeling that there's something missing. Dragonkind. Something.
So yeah, there's this group that's trying to accelerate that to happen faster. And then there's this other guy, Data S'mores, who's got this like kind of poison thing going on that infects a whole bunch of people all at once.
Oxylomosis.
Toxomosis, yeah.
Exactly what
And
now?
he toxlamosis.
So a poison.
Basically, kind of.
Not really, though, is it?
It connects all the people together. I think Nuke's got it actually, but that's beside the point. We're not going to address that at the moment.
I'm stepping a step away, right?
Kaylin had it for a long time, and it connects all these people, and Data basically wants to kill everyone that's got it to raise this god dude, Basira, I think.
Basira, right?
Yeah.
So it's coming
Basira.
back to me now.
Yeah, he's trying to raise Basira, but only so that he can kill Basira to become Basira. I think.
What's the best? Basira also looks like Kalen / Data / dehydrated Kalen.
Exactly. Dehydrated kale. Exactly. Yeah. So that's where that's at. Does that answer anything?
Well, it answered my headache and the need for a nail. Yeah, sure. You know what? I'm agreeing with Pity. Let's start from the beginning. Let's get some money. We need, well, if we're gonna deal with whatever the conversion is, I reckon we need some more than what we have on us.
We
And
also may need to
money-
bribe people
Yeah.
to get into the tower or whatever remains of it to see actually what happened if anybody's got any leads. So
Well,
I guess two birds with a stone.
money can help with that.
I also do want to find the other me, kind of. I assume he's one of me.
Who?
The one that I saw the vision through.
pseudopods.
Well, no, I saw the vision here somehow. I assume he's connected to me. He's the guy that we talked to through the other guy in the store. Wasn't really that helpful as to where to find him, but
He
Was
said
he?
he was away. Yeah, he was on a
wait.
mission
Oh yeah, he was away, but he was away for 2
out
days.
of town.
Yeah, that's what it was. So I mean,
What was his name?
I never got it. I don't know.
I wonder if he looks like Kalen.
Well,
I know
no,
you've already established he looks like you.
think
I think these fumes are getting to me.
I was gonna say I think that we established he looks like me because I think I asked the what's his face the dude that we were talking to in the store.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're
Um,
right. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure I asked him if he'd seen anybody like me before. I think, and then he brought up that guy, Valdron. That's his name, store owner.
Yes.
Pretty sure that's how we got around to that.
Right.
But anyways,
So-
we've got a couple
I do
days
have-
before he gets back.
I do have a question for PT. I mean, are you staying with us, or what's going on?
If you'll have me, then yes.
I mean, we kind of are low on numbers, so you're
Well,
not
not
like
that
a
I-
weirdo or anything, are you? Do you sleep?
In a manner of speaking, I do go into a sort of sentry mode.
Not that I don't appreciate the extra companion, but why? Why are you wanting to come with us?
Well, I've been roaming on my own for a very long time. The stars have always led me to where I need to be. And for now, they are telling me that with you is perhaps the most important place that I've ever needed to be. And so I will do everything in my power to help you.
Do the stars always talk to you?
Of course.
Right. Okay.
Hey, Alpha, what was that guy's name back on the island? You know, the guy that we met in the tower thing.
The guy that you're talking about.
Well, Chris.
That's his name. Thank you.
Oh,
Yep.
Chris, that's the one. Petey.
Yeah.
You don't know anybody by that name, do you? Bell Chris.
Do I?
You do not.
I can't say that I have ever heard that name.
Okay. I mean, it's just somebody. He also said some shit about stars and whatnot. I shouldn't say shit. I actually take that back. My bad.
He was actually quite useful. Yeah,
Yeah.
quite helpful.
Okay. Thought maybe you might have known him.
No, like I say, I keep to myself quite a bit. I'm sure I would enjoy meeting him, though.
You say you talk to the stars and they talk back to you and whatnot, but do you know anything about the moons? Do they talk too?
Well, perhaps they're part of the conversation. They don't usually speak directly in words, it's usually signs of some kind.
Right. There's just one that, like, I don't know. They seem important. The Cyril. Wait, Cyril is a moon, right? DM?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. This Cyril. I think that I'm somehow connected to them, but I don't know how.
At the mention of Cyril, PD, there are many names that have come to mind. You've been traveling for quite some time, but for some reason, when you hear the name Cyril, there is a familiarity to it. Not that you've heard this name being spoken out and outward, but like a distant friend, a memory, family, something.
Cyril, you say?
Yeah, I think she's peaceful for the most part. That's about all I've really gotten from her lately, anyways. But
Can't place it. But that name seems so familiar to me. Can you tell me
Alright.
more about this Cyril?
I mean, I kind of point to this guy because I think it's no. I can't. I don't need to point at this guy. Haha! I'll point inside my chest at the soft green orb floating around in there.
Very faint, translucent orb next to several others, while this one's not as solid as the others, but you can see this almost just ethereal glow of green that circles along with the other orbiting objects in his chest.
It's this one. I'm guessing it aligns with something up there as well in the stars, but it's the faintest one that I've got, but it's also new. It kind of appeared there when I grew in a mountain into like a big dragon thing. It's quite the experience, actually, but it's kind of stayed since then. But I haven't really heard anything from her since then either.
Did she speak to you before that?
I remember a voice. It might have been hers. who else's it would have been. It was very calming.
What did it say?
God damn it, I don't remember. um, what did it say?
I'm sorry I asked the next logical question.
No, I know.
I'm pretty sure all my people.
I knew I should have written it down somewhere, but I definitely didn't.
Give me the general gist, if you remember.
If I recall correctly, she's the one that wanted me to find the others like me. That they were all in danger of some sort. But that's really all that she had. She couldn't tell me where, only that they were out there. I think maybe Bam's remembering now. I think that shortly after that is when I got the vision of this place being attacked.
And I believe you said we were waiting for 2 days for someone to return here.
I think so. I just don't know. I really don't know who they are. I assume they're like me, but it's just an assumption at this point. I mean, why else would I be showing the vision of them, right? Not really of them, but a vision from them.
I agree. But it is 2 days until they are here. Nothing we can do about that. I suspect we should get some rest and do what we can tomorrow to build ourselves up if that's what is necessary.
We should also talk to I gotta open the name again. God damn it. We should also talk to Merrick Gold in the Adamantine Emporium. Valdron was saying he might know more about you. And it occurred to me that he's kind of helped us out before, too.
Wait, he did?
He's the one that fixed Credulo.
Fucking Credulo. Almost forgot about that guy.
You know, after that, kind of fall he took.
Fall, fall. Right,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Merrick's the one that came to help. So.
Oh shit!
Maybe
You
he'll
just
help
reminded
again.
me. Wasn't there that other guy? Remember when we landed here? No, in Pernios. Remember that guy? He was like a captain or something. Remember that guy?
Lancaster, I think.
That's the one.
Alexander Lancaster, yeah.
He was a nice guy. Catchy name, you know?
Yeah, but I think that he's probably still in Pernios.
Right.
Not
No, just
help us
saying,
here.
just reminded me. I mean, I don't know if he's any use, but... Ooh, we could contact him and see what's going on in Pernios. Just like, putting some feelers out.
Very true. Very true. There's a lot of people in Pernios we could actually get a hold of, but there's Remy over there as well still, and Credulo himself is still in Pernios.
Might even get more free shit from Credulo. Remember that thing I stole? I mean, borrowed. You know, when my face was projected over the city. That was fucking. Do you reckon that would work here? Or
Yeah, and then it drew everyone to us. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I knew there's a
Yeah.
reason it was in the bottom of my bag.
Anyways.
So what are we actually doing right now?
I mean, I think Pete is right. We should. What time of day is it right now?
You're looking at midday.
Okay.
It's barely setting into evening time. You all landed pretty early, and then shopping didn't take much time. It was more traveling than anything.
Mm-hmm. You know what? The Golden Sippy in Pernios had rooms for us, right? If there's one here, they might have rooms too.
Shit. That's actually a really good idea. Wait, Tamir, did you give us that gold or what? I seem to be a bit light.
How much are we splitting? How much are we splitting, by the way?
Well, you guys have been kind of occupied talking, so, you know, I've just been standing here waiting. Like usual. PT, do you want some?
I mean, you probably should give it to him.
He can
I'm
help
assuming
himself.
you guys have been walking and talking, right? Or you just been standing on like the street corner?
I mean, the problem is, if we're walking, I don't know where we're walking to.
I would think there'd be a lot of stopping though. You know when you're walking, talking, and then somebody brings something up, and you just have to stop and talk. Oh, bit of both.
But in
I
which
guess.
direction are we going? Like, I guess we were
Towards
going
the
to
inn?
Copper Cask, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you heading to the Copper Cask or Rusty's?
Oh, sorry, Rusty's. Is where we were going. Wait, right?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so. Actually, that rings a bell. The
The
other one
question
doesn't.
is, why were we going to Rusty's in the middle of the day?
To get a room
I think just
sorted?
To get a room ready? I don't know.
Do they need to get it ready?
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know the answer.
information.
I don't know. I'm 4 weeks old.
Okay,
Maybe
you're
we'll-
like 8 or 9 weeks. You guys had a
Yeah, I
time
know.
skip of 5 weeks, so
I know.
You have
Got
that.
You're right. You're right.
Freaking umbilical cord already.
yeah.
And the fucking long travel as well.
Still
I'm
nursing
like-
on
I'm
the
like a
teat.
year
Come
old
on now.
tops. Like a year-old tops.
What if there's a golden sippy here? Well, then kind of makes this pointless, right? So
It does. Yeah.
we should probably figure it out.
Petey, you're from here, right? Kind of.
No, I'm not.
Were you not listening, Alpha?
What?
Pretty sure I said this only an hour ago that he's not from here.
Would I know?
Oh, right.
would-
He wanders. He wanders.
Would I know if there's a golden, silver, platinum, copper sippy of any kind?
Give me just
Any
give,
denomination of sippy?
give me an intelligence check just to.
Guidance.
Sure.
Oh,
well, never mind.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I do.
Oh,
Oh, you can guide yourself.
I'll allow the guidance. Go for it. As you search your
Straight
memory.
intelligence.
Nice.
Does
Cool.
not ring a bell whatsoever.
do I reckon I see people around.
Yeah, there's people walking down the street. More
just
a
gonna-
lot of day laborers now, especially being in like the industrial park side of things. There are definitely people heading home from work.
Just gonna start
not-
walking up to one of them that don't seem too occupied to going straight. I'm immediately just like, hello there. May I have a second?
You do see a group of individuals. One very stocky dwarf kind of looks up. Yeah, what do you need?
Have you heard of the Sippy?
The Sippy. What is that? Some like new bar or pub or something that showed up recently? I'm not really
wished.
much of one of those boutique places.
That's alright. No, to be honest, not sure. But do you know of a place that might have jobs.
I mean,
Passerbys.
you're in the industrial park. If you're good at hauling things, they're hiring people just to clear the rubble if that's what you're looking for. If you're just looking for simple coin, unless you're looking for something a little bit more, I mean, you're not really giving me much to go by.
Fair enough. What about people that ain't too strong to, move the rubble? Are there any deliverance, catching, foraging? Is there a place that usually have those request boards or something like that?
Give me a high or low roll.
Ooh, let's go low.
Shit.
Nice.
Low it is. I believe the Manticore's tail is one of the only ones that we got over there. It's one of the places that is sanctioned by Arcanum Agressus, but from what I heard, it was destroyed in the attack a few weeks back. I don't know if they're still working on it, trying to rebuild, but that's the one place I would go to. If you're looking for guild work, that is.
Yeah. Guild work, that was what. Right, yeah. That was what I need. Thank you. Sorry to bother you.
Yeah, no problem.
Just gonna walk back to the others. So, good news and bad news.
Mm-hmm.
No cibbies.
Mm.
But we might have something else if you guys are looking for jobs. The Manticore tail.
The Manticore's tail.
Manticores, sorry. It is probably in a little bit of disrepair at the moment, so we might have some jobs there to start with to rebuild it. Maybe get some coins from that. To
We
speed
could
things up.
try. Yeah. I mean, it is still early. Yeah, if they can't offer us lodging, we can always go back to Rusty's for the night. So.
Yep, and I just remembered I forgot to ask for directions.
I was gonna say,
CBD.
do I have any idea where it might be?
Give me a history check. Guild work hasn't been something that you've focused on. The stars have always led you to people that needed help, but never through a guild. So it was never something that you needed to go to.
Is this dwarf still there?
Oh, he's already walked away.
Fuck. Well,
I yeah, I'm not one for subtlety. I'm just gonna stop where I'm at. I'm looking for the Manticore's Guild. Where do I go?
hear me just keep on walking like, I don't know them, and I don't know them, I don't know them, I don't know them.
Give me a high or low roll.
I'll go high.
Oh shit.
Technically
Oh!
High it is. Just barely, but high it is. During this time, as you start to stand, you're standing around, you hear a bit of, there people are listening to you shout, and there's a couple people looking and just kind of gawking,
I'm also a
seeing
weird
what's
looking
happening.
thing, so
Seeing this weird bulbous amalgamation of ooze, they're not quite sure what is happening, though from behind you do hear a softer voice. As you look around, you do see a very, very fair-skinned individual. It seems like you're a bit lost right now. And you're looking for help, are you? Manticore's Guild is what you said, correct? Why, oh why, would you ever want to go to the Manticore's Tail, exactly? You're looking for work?
guys,
He's still trying to figure out why we would be after a manticore's tail.
I think we heard they could use help rebuilding it. So
There's plenty of
We're gonna-
places around here that would require some kind of help. Just look around, the city was attacked.
right.
You do see as she leans in close, her hair kind of wispy as the wind blows through. You know the worst thing that you can do in these situations, especially during this tumultuous time, is making everyone clear that you're not from around here. Do you understand that there are so many sticky fingers around here looking to do nefarious things for people that are outsiders right now?
Oh, I don't have anything to steal anyways, so if you're trying to steal something, I got nothing.
No, me
Sorry, dude.
never. I would never do something of that sort. In fact, I am what you would call a protector of sorts, someone that prevents things of that nature from happening. And I'm more than happy to help outsiders find their way around this strange city.
I'm so gonna fail this, but can I insight check?
Sure. Give me an insight check.
You called us over, right?
I did, yes. Oh
Okay.
shit!
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm nowhere close though. I'm still like a couple of meters away.
With a 22, you get a sense that she is definitely laying it on thick. And this is not just some moment of altruism there. Though you're not reading anything nefarious. It's definitely not out of the kindness of her own heart. Ah, it seems as though you have friends in this city.
I do, and I should probably catch up to them.
They're heading on over here, right? Are you guys walking over too? Because you called them over.
Nope.
Oh, you're
I
Who's
not.
your friend,
I
Alpha?
didn't think the mirror was, but
No, I am not.
Nuke just arrived.
Oh,
yeah.
hello.
Hi. Who's your friend? Alpha?
I'm not sure. She hasn't given me her name yet.
I greatly apologize. Let's go ahead and start. Rewind to the beginning. Some call me your grace, her exalted majesty, the brilliant mind, the enchanting virtuoso, the fabled luminari, the radiant lady of wisdom, but some will call me the velvet blade of reverie. The name is of Avalandria Cardwell, protector and tour guide of this wonderful city, Oxrun.
Avalandria?
Avalandria Cardwell.
Codwell. Tour guide / protector.
So, I assume you weren't here then when the place got attacked. You know, being a protector and all that.
Woof.
Protector of those around, and of course I did plenty of work myself. Slain many a beastie's hair spawning in once that devil attacked the tower in the center. Arcanine Progressives would have been worse off if I wasn't around. And as she holds her hand, she like in a wisp, trust me, I'm very good with the blade. And she looks as she holds her hand out, kind of like she's brandishing a blade in your direction, but nothing is there.
I do the same.
Funny.
What are we doing here?
Except mine works, and you watch as a long blade spawns right in front of your face with the flash.
Oh!
And in a flourish, it vanishes. So, outsiders not from here, common folk, if you will, you don't look as though you're trying or up to anything nefarious yourself, which leads me to believe that you're here as do-gooders of some sort, looking for something. Clearly, you're not just on vacation, here for shopping. City is quite locked down, yet here you are. I'm not one to ask, but if you would like to spend your time standing out to everyone around, to prying eyes, continue to do what you are doing. Mind you, you've been standing around for several minutes, and there are people listening to your conversations.
I mean, you've got a point.
How about I show you around and get off the streets? We'll go somewhere a bit more hospitable. Share a few drinks and we'll go from there. How about that? I'll show you a good time around the city and we'll see if we can get you out of looking like a tourist.
I think we should probably check with the others before we agree to anything.
That's a good idea.
We're already on our way to somewhere else, so let's go and
A
get them.
destroyed guild hall, if I recall. You're looking
We'll
for
be
the
right back.
rentals too.
Regardless, yeah, regardless if it's destroyed or not, we should go and find them.
Uno momento.
She folds her arms over her chest, kind of waiting, tapping her shoe. You can hear it clicking on the cobbled stone on the ground.
What do you think, Alpha? Either she's trying to rob us, or I don't know, maybe she's like flirting.
I don't really know. She definitely is keeping something, but I don't know if she has any ill intentions.
We should definitely divvy out that gold
Weird.
now,
I agree.
or let's keep Demir away from them.
I don't know. Do we trust her?
No.
I don't think so either. Should I not have yelled?
Probably. But I mean, just because we don't particularly trust her doesn't mean maybe she knows something, anything.
I mean, she did say that she helped defend the Progresses. Maybe she's our ticket in.
Right?
What's the hub?
Oh God, you're here. I'm sorry. No, I'm kidding.
God.
He just sort of like pops into existence.
I assume that we caught up with you guys. Yeah. I don't. Oh,
I've definitely gone and found the nearest corner just to kind of halfly disappear, but I reckon I see you guys.
mm-hmm.
Just shaking my
Are
head.
you trying to? You're trying to disappear? Give me a stealth check.
Yep, pretty much. I can stealth.
Jesus.
I can stealth.
Yeah, you can.
Really stealth.
Who said that?
No, I'm not saying anything to you guys. I'm just shaking my head, looking at you guys from afar, like they are doing the exact thing she told us about.
I mean, I don't know if there's any really real harm in it, but we definitely should keep an eye on her if we do go with her. I don't really have any other leads.
Right. I don't really want to alarm anyone, but you know what I said about divvying out the gold before we lose Tamir.
Wait, wasn't she with you, PD? Or are they with you?
I don't know. They seem to have disappeared now. Do they do that often?
You know, it'd surprise you how often people just disappear around us. It does. Oh, hello.
Just so you know, yeah.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás?
Still don't trust her. What the fuck?
I just for context, you know, it changes everything.
No, it doesn't change anything. It makes it worse.
I gotta trust her.
If you, oh my god.
Call me
The
crazy, but I think she likes me.
Oh my god. Oh, do I have anything to?
Okay.
Nuke licks his hand and slicks down the top of his little fluff on the top of his head.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna. I reckon I'm not too far away from them. I'm just gonna fucking walk up to them, just yank Nuke's ear, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Fucking. Can you let go of my ear, please?
Let's go over here.
Somebody woke up on the wrong side of bed.
Yes, that happened. And again, you guys are doing the exact thing she told us about. Standing in the fucking middle of the street, talking like strangers of this town.
Yeah, but we got a decision to make. You know, are we going to go with them or not? Be a bit weird if we just walk off to make the decision, and then, I mean, that would be making the decision in and of itself.
You know what? What about this? Let's say we meet her again tomorrow, and we can think about it.
How quietly are you guys talking?
I am whispering, but angry whispering.
I will say, just give me a stealth check for everybody. I know it's just yours is fine. The 30, I'll take the 30, but everybody else, give me a stealth check.
Oh, but I'll have to minimize that picture of her that you just put.
I know. I had to close it too.
Aw, hold on. Where's my snipping tool? I'm joking.
I did the exact same
My
thing. It's okay.
god!
I did the exact same
Oh
thing.
my lord!
What am I doing? Perception or stealth? Right?
A stealth check.
Stealth.
Yeah.
No, you can perceive her just fine.
Oh my
Perfect,
lord!
right.
You've spent the whole time perceiving. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh my god!
Another natural 20 on a stealth check.
What the fuck? You 31?
She is eyeing the group as though most of you, at least Nuke, you angle yourself. But seems as though she's intently watching as you guys powwow slightly away in the middle of the street as people walk by trying to be inconspicuous, not trying to be suspicious.
Tamir, do you want to go tell her that we'll meet her later? And find out where to meet her later?
Keep your hand on your gold.
Oh, right. You should give us some gold first.
I don't see
I'm not.
why we don't just go with her now. What's the worst that could happen?
Because she's a little sketchy.
She's kind of hot though, right? Right?
Is she?
I mean, look at
is that what's
scar.
attractive? I mean,
Wait.
I don't. Hmm?
Never mind. I'll ask you
I
later.
know where that train of thought was going.
Oh my god! I'm just gonna turn around and walk over to the lady. Just hello.
Why, hello.
You were?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I'm.
Yes. Your name?
Oh, you said you are. Sorry, I apologize.
Yes. We haven't officially met. Thamir.
She
Oh.
does give you a bow. And, well, I guess you're part of their group, and they did not inform you of who I am. She gives you a deep bow. I am the regal architect of destiny, the peerless empress of grace, the mistress of marvels, the all-knowing visionary Avalandria Codwell, the velvet blade of reverie.
We got there in the end. Lovely. Right.
She does this all the time.
Yeah. No shit.
You
Well, it
could
was lovely.
always call me Her Grace. Your Majesty, whichever you prefer.
So Ava, I'm so sorry. We are kind of in the middle of things. We are in a rush actually to get some stuff that we need. Would you mind meeting us here again tomorrow? We have something we need to fix first, and we'll have a little think about your offer if you don't mind.
Give me a deception check.
God damn. Perception?
Deception.
Deception. Fair enough. I was like, what am I proceeding? God damn. Better be low.
Just have something to pick up, right? I'm sure you use that pickup line all the time when you're a bit lost for words. It's a shame, really. If that's what you will, I will not be meeting you here specifically. However, she pulls out from her pouch on the side of her hip a card embossed with the name Brass and Thistle. Head over to here. If you ask for any of the Velvet Reverie, one of us would show up. Not me specifically. You see, I'm part of a traveling troupe of performers. We're pretty famous around here. So, that's where we tend to spend our nights. Find us there. If you're ever in need of anything. Information, storings, protection, whatever you need.
I'll keep that in mind, thank you. We'll see you later, maybe then.
Enjoy doing nothing. She walks
too?
away.
Boy, I'm gonna walk back to the group. Right. You know what? I'm gonna keep the card. I'm not gonna mention to the others. Well, I'm gonna mention the others the location where we can meet her.
Give me a sleight of hand check.
Yes, I will do.
And
Check your
everybody
pockets. Did she
else? Yeah, did she rob you?
Yeah, I was considering like checking it out as well. Fuck!
You absolutely see as Thamir tries to palm a card, you can tell it's the size of like a business card. Very much trying to hide this piece of paper from you, but not doing too hot. I believe that is lower than everybody's passive perception. But Avalandria eventually saunters off, rounding the corner away from your group, out of view of all of you.
Right.
So, where are we meeting her?
Her tent. Well, group tent.
Oh.
Traveling group.
Oh,
This escalated.
a little bit.
What did she
What?
give you? I wasn't going to say anything, but now I'm curious.
She just gave me the address, it's fine.
Oh.
Is it a personal invitation?
Oh, God, I hope not.
Hmm.
What, you want it?
I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Exactly. I just trust her, okay? Let's start with that. If we need or got curious, we can go to her, I guess.
Have you been robbed?
Oh my God, can I check my pockets if I actually been robbed?
Give me an investigation.
Oh no.
With guidance.
Thank you.
I guess I may as well check that I messed up my javelin.
Sure.
I assume I do.
Yeah.
Well, nope, it's gone.
Ooh.
It's got no. Nothing seems out of place. During the entire encounter, she never once tried to or approach you, bump into you in any kind of way. She always made sure that she was at arm's length at all times. Aside from the outstretched blade as she summoned it in Nuke's face. Just for a
Did I
brief
recognize
moment.
it? Did I recognize the way
blade?
she did it? The way she did it.
Give me an Arcana check.
So I'm kind of getting that. Whether she did it the same way that I can do it. Arcana.
Ooh, lots of 20s today.
Damn.
As you watch, I mean, there was some form of summoning the blade. It was definitely by magical means. Either a pocket dimension, possibly a pocket dimension.
But was it the same way I do it?
Through
Verbal,
through
semantic.
a spell? No.
Got you.
There was no indication. There was not even a word that she uttered as the blade just appeared. Almost in just this like puff of greenish smoke. Just it appeared.
Nice.
Vanished just the same.
So we still don't know where the scorpion's tail, the manticore's tail is.
And I guess Tamir's keeping the gold, so let's just walk this way.
I guess so.
Let's just walk this way. Let's just count it gone, right? Let's because then if it's not robbed, then that's a bonus.
True.
You know what?
True.
I'm just gonna wave them over to like a corner, like somewhere a little bit
Oh,
less
yeah, I guess
in the
digging
middle of
up
the
gold
fucking
in the middle of the
street.
street.
Jesus Christ! Just can I make a check if everything is alright around us? That we're a little bit obscured.
Give me a perception check. Legit, this is the tourist in a place that's not 100% familiar to, and they are just like clutching their purse the whole time. Like, please don't rob me. Please don't rob me.
Wait, what are we perceiving? Sorry.
To see if there's anybody watching. Thamir, you are none the wiser. As well as Alpha, you round the corner and you sit by one of the warehouses as you're walking through the industrial park. Pretty quiet. Nuke, Petey, there are a few people walking around, but Nuke, as you spend some time as you round the corner, hiding down between two warehouses off on the right side of the street. As you're walking down, there are people watching. Just kind of leaned up against the wall at the far end of the warehouse. When your eyes catch theirs, they kind of dip behind the building. Hands in pockets, kind of kicking themselves off the brick wall. But eventually they fade away, and you are alone. But somebody definitely was watching.
Right, how much money do you guys want?
I'm not really that great at counting, so however much you want to give me.
Can you count to 10?
He can only count to 4.
I can only count to 4.
Or you could just divide it evenly and stop being so difficult.
That's why I'm asking. Do you guys want 620 each?
I mean, split it 4 ways, whatever that is.
It's 624.5, so I'm just rounding it down.
So 620 then.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that seem fair?
I think
Nuke?
it's as fair as it's going to be.
I'll fight you for that 0.5.
You know what?
620, right?
Let's 620. So let's just take 620 now, and we'll see where we're at.
I'd be so rich.
Woohoo!
Also, keep your eyes open. There's people looking at us doing this. And
What?
I have no idea where they are now. They just like
Actually-
slinked in behind the back of that.
And you
As a
just
point.
told us now about it.
Well, I mean, we're in a public place. I mean, just assume that fucking people are looking at us, right? I mean, I'm confirming people were looking at us.
Ah.
We
So,
do kind of stand out, yeah.
I'm just going
Well-
to drop this. And I open up the front of my trousers and just drop it down.
Oh my god!
Just keep that one safe.
I'm turning around. Like,
I mean,
Jesus Christ,
to be
keep it in your
fair-
pants.
To be fair, I could have just stuck a fist inside myself with the gold and let it go.
Wow,
So
Jesus Christ, dude, this is fucking a family show.
I've just got coins floating around inside now.
I put the coins in my backpack.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought you were
Y'all
gonna
are
have
weird.
some weird way of carrying.
Y'all are
Like, yeah,
weird as fuck.
I have a piggy bank slot on my chest that I put the coins in one by one. Actual backpack.
Just
Look
count
at
them out. 1,
reasonable.
2.
So now it's just a whole bunch of coins floating around in Alpha, and Nuke is running around with like a full diaper with jingly coins in it. Lovely.
Yeah.
Amazing. Very eclectic group of people.
Mm-hmm.
How am I the least weird one here? Jesus.
Oh man.
I am perfectly fine.
As you divvy out a fistful of coins in the back alley of the industrial park section of Oxbrun's Bashra district, hoping that you are alone, away from prying eyes, you split your coin after your day of travel. There was a tour guide that would offer you help, but you turned Avalandria down. In that moment, what is the plan?
So, we heading to this Adam's Apple Emporium or what?
God damn it.
Been holding on to that one.
I mean, I suppose that is somewhere to start, yeah.
Okay. So, after moments of travel heading into the industrial park, you decide to head back over to the shopper's thoroughfare where the Adamantine Emporium sits
wait,
right on the corner. The
Are we
exit.
actually heading here? Did we not actually say we're going to go for the fucking scorpion tail place?
We don't know,
We don't know
where it is.
Oh,
I
okay.
assumed you were walking to Rusty's, which, by the way, you walked past the Adamantine Emporium. It's actually one of the main buildings on the corner of the entrance to the thoroughfare. It is the largest building, steel and brick construction with a giant sign that says Adamantine Emporium across a almost like a steel type scaffolding lit with bulbs, almost like a marquee on top of a building. Heading over to the industrial park, passing through near all of the shops, you decide, is that what we're deciding, is heading back to the shopper's thoroughfare?
Yes, because although all of us are relatively normal human beings, when we combine into a party, we turn schizophrenic like a defunct Voltron.
God damn it.
So
Or like if Voltron combined and just immediately short-circuited and explode, that'd be our party.
Like one
Thank
shared
God
fucking
this
brain
isn't like a
cell.
futuristic.
you decide to head back to the shopper's thoroughfare. Evening now is setting in, and the nightlife begins. Many of the pubs and taverns that are lining up in the older or more modern buildings with their frosty glass windows and their amber lights. People are now starting to flood in after a long day of work. The Adamantine Emporium now quieted, but you can still hear the sounds of slamming hammers and machines whirring as you open the doors, unless you decide not to go there right now. Are you going inside, or are you just looking at the building currently? You are
Maybe we should go to
outside.
Rusty's.
Yeah, we turn around, heading back into the industrial park.
I think we should go back to the docks.
I miss Pernios right now.
Retrace our steps.
We spend the rest of the day walking back to the port of Pernios. Vern now locking up shop.
Oh my god. No, we should go in here. We should go in. This guy might have some answers we're looking for. So.
Okay. Heading into the shop. There are still people working with their specific artisans. You realize that the Adamantine Emporium is not just one shop. There are dozens of forge workers, dozens of armorers and crafters alike, making anything from metal to leatherworking. This is a place that everyone gathers under one banner. There are a main reception in the front, and you watch as there is a catalog of crafters, some with highlighted names and larger than the others as you look down the list. Dozens of names, and there are still dozens of people at their bays. You can feel the heat from the forge. You can hear the machines and some of the industrial hammers that are working on steel, turning into all different types of forms. However, you do see a gnomish gentleman sitting there flipping through a catalog behind a desk at the front main gate of the Adamantine Emporium. Gives a big yawn as you all just stand there looking at him, contemplating heading to Rusty's.
I forget
Wait.
why we're here.
Sorry. God damn.
Oh my god.
Is this merit goal we're looking at or no?
No. It is a
Okay.
gnomish gentleman flipping
you.
through a catalog behind the reception
sorry.
desk in the front. The entryway, the giant sliding gate that's kind of changes the transition from the outside to the inside of the Adamantine Emporium. Yes, you have an appointment with one of our craftsmen. Is there somebody in particular you're looking for? Or are you here to set up an appointment?
We were told to look for a merit goal here.
Do you have an appointment? And he does close his catalog and he looks through some of the sheets. You can hear the sounds of clicking buttons as he's typing through. Right, name?
Do we need an appointment?
Most
What was
case...
the name of the other shop owner?
Valderon?
Valderon Ganthry, yes.
Valderon Ganthry sent us.
Right. Still, you're going to have to set up an appointment. A lot of our craftsmen here spend multiple hours consulting with their clients beforehand, so their time is very valuable. The Adamantine Emporium has to uphold some decorum when it comes to the way that we deal with our clientele, and unless you are, well, he kind of gives you a look. Unless you're one of the privileged clientele here, you would have to sign up. Set up an appointment, if you will.
I mean, I kind of look hesitantly at Nuke for a second, but like, does being affiliated with Darren Cadulo count as being privileged?
In what way? Are you kin?
I mean, we kind of have a mutual friendship at the moment, where, I mean, we've helped him quite a bit. He's helped us a lot.
Well,
Um,
I've met Garen Bash, the headmaster of Arcanum Progresses. Do you see me any differently than you did before?
I don't know who that is, though. So,
Yeah,
but
no idea.
I guess that's a no then.
Unless you have a predetermined appointment, the way this works is that if you would like, I can put you down on the list, a time schedule. We do have a few possible openings tonight. I'm not sure, and he does. You can hear some typing around. There are a few appointments with Merrick if you're looking to get something in tonight. But the time frame you're looking at, 10 minutes tops, just for consultation. I can pencil you in for something tomorrow. We're looking at a few hours of availability given your time that you want to come back here.
Right.
We'll take one of the appointments today then.
Right. And he does go through, clicking through. There is 10 minutes that you'll be able to get within an hour, or if you would like to wait around for 2 hours, there is, at closing time, he does have about 20 minutes left, if that's okay with you. Either you wait an hour or 2, whichever you prefer.
I'll look at Petey.
Out of character,
Oh.
I am so tempted to just be like, where the fuck is he? Go over there and be like, sort of like, he's gonna want to drop his appointments to see me.
I mean, it probably will, honestly, but
But that is so not my character.
Trust me, he's gonna want to see this shit.
true. I mean, he was very interested in Vic, so I wouldn't blame him. So,
We'll take the 10 minutes in an hour.
Right. And what name should I put it under? Do you have identification?
right. What names did we give him?
I don't know. You don't know?
Just put down PT.
PT, right. Goes and fills it out. You can either wait here, or you can come back in an hour. Other than that, we will call you up. And he looks over, and you can see this almost like old type of like ticker clock where you see the numbers kind of Rolodex down, and you could see that the next appointments are up and at what time until what time. Your name will pop up on the board once your time comes to go talk to him. Once that happens, you'll be able to head into the Adamantine Emporium, and consultation will be there. Is there anything else I can help you with?
PT looks around to the rest of everybody.
Wait, he said our number would pop up? What's our number?
Well, his name.
Your
will pop up, I
name
think.
will pop up there. The name he was provided PT would show up next to the time and Merrick goal. You could read signage, correct?
You talk a lot.
And you talk very little, providing anything of substance.
I
0.
don't like this guy. I'm saying that quietly to Nuke.
I'll walk away defeated. Linguistic fucking.
You mutter under your breath and you walk away.
Linguistic.
I'll I'll quickly just ask Do you have a catalog of things that aren't custom commissions?
Oh, right. He goes through one of the filing cabinets next to him. This is a catalog of everything that you can purchase from every one of our vendors inside. Most of their pieces, the things that are in the catalog, are things that you could just purchase outright. And he does hand you over a nice booklet. Everything is like perfectly printed. It's a really high gloss magazine. It seems like they put a lot of effort into their spreads of their wares that they sell.
And can we take this with us, or?
Of course, those are complimentary for anyone that is looking to purchase here at the Adamantine Emporium.
Excellent, thank you.
Of course. Remember, 1 hour.
Catch up to good. I'm gonna catch up to Nuke and be like, man, I like the hot chick better than this guy.
Yes, fucking asshole.
Oh my.
Maybe it is a good thing the Vic isn't here. He would have pummeled him, I think. But
Also, I think the hot chick is into Demir. I think he like gave her number or something.
I think she might be into whoever's talking to her, honestly. But
I didn't detect an elevated temperature. I don't know
you're here.
what that's about.
Stop doing that.
And to be honest, she's not my type.
Oh, you're here also.
Yeah, of course.
everyone's just so quiet. I never know who's around. I can't see anything.
Well, you can't. Well, on that note, when our name comes up, just holler at me. I'm gonna be outside for a moment, I think. I'm just gonna walk outside.
They're thinking about the girl. What do you think?
Probably.
Probably, I think so.
I am. I haven't stopped.
I'm just curious. When outside, could I put up a small performance while waiting to see if I can gather some coin? Like
Sure.
a street performer?
Sure. What are you doing?
Mainly just try to find like not really like a stage per se, just like something elevated, putting out one of my empty pouches in front of me and then bringing out the viola and mainly just start playing some. This is evening, right? So
Yes.
The
street lamps are already coming on. You can see the amber glow running through almost like these filament tubes that run the length of the street. There are raised platforms. This place is filled with spots. However, you notice that all of the spots are empty.
And are there bars around by any chance? Or like inns?
Dozens.
Right places?
Dozens.
Lovely. Well, gonna just take one that's a little bit close, but not too close that maybe those that are outside might want to venture over and have a fun little time as I play some jolly sea tunes.
Okay.
Or sea shanties would be more correct.
Sea shanty, yep.
Sea shanties.
Okay, so heading just slightly away from the Adamantine Emporium, looking for small, quaint place with some amount of people on the inside. You do eventually come to a shop on one of the narrower buildings. The front facade still the same motif of the brick and mortar giant archway that is the glass, a very dark, almost burnished wood door with brass accents. You see the hanging sign also in that same brass motif. The veiled lantern as a heavy, thick, wrought iron lantern hangs in front of the building. You walk in, and there is this heavy layer of twisting smoke from lit cigarettes between the knuckles of workers and people talking amongst themselves. However, there is no music during this time. Several people are just gathered around the long bar. Some are sitting in the aisle seats along, but it's just this narrow bar that people are just congregated in. The air, however, is quiet. It's quiet. There's still some chatter amongst the people, the patrons, but nothing. There's a tension. Do you just decide to play? Are you just whipping it out and and doing it? Are you asking before?
No, I'm definitely asking if seeing that inside is probably better to play than outside. Then yeah, I'm definitely gonna go up to the one behind the bar that seems to be the in charge person and ask if it's alright to play a little tune to see if I can bring up the mood a little bit.
Okay. And you see an elven woman, fair skin, freckled face, hair twisted tightly into a bun on the back of her head, cleaning out one of the glasses, does look up. What can I get you?
Hi, love. At the moment, nothing. If I can maybe give something to you, though, I'm noticing that the mood is not the best around here, and I'm wondering if I can maybe put up shop here to play a tune to bring a little, maybe a little more clientele for you, as well as maybe get a little coin or two from passerbys.
Give me a persuasion check.
Really?
$17. Well, things definitely have been a bit tense over the last few weeks. You do hear a gentleman at the end of the bar sitting closest to the furthest wall from the entryway. Just let him play! We need some music, and you hear a couple people starting to shout. And there's a couple people now tossing a few copper in your direction. Get up and play! Come on, we can't be moping around for so long. Show us what you got.
Take that as my cue, if you do not mind, love.
She gives you a nod. The crowd has spoken.
After that, I'm just gonna go up to a place. If it's not, there's a stage in this room, like a small stage.
Right in the corner, right by the entryway where the glass window stood, there is a raised platform. You realize that it's not the... If a full band would be playing here, it would be very cramped. However, you have enough people there, or you have enough room for yourself. There is a stack of just like stools that are leaned up against the area. It's been a bit since they've used this, I realized, but a stage, no less, does raise you up.
Perfect. Well, with that, I'm just gonna go up there, take my stand, and again, shout outs to the people that I don't know what to say. Let's bring some life into this little pothole, shall we? As I'm gonna play on my lute. Or, no, lute, what am I saying? Viol! There we go. Viola.
Okay. And with that, give me a performance check.
Yeah. With viola or just performance?
Whichever you prefer. I mean, I would say use the instrument that you are doing. 23. There's a few people that are kind of like gawking and looking, trying to get into it. But then you realize that the crowd that you have here, it's noticeable. The tanned, leathery skin, the people that work outside with their hands, you realize that these people, those that tow the ropes, there's a group of seafarers here, and they immediately start to get into it. And you could hear the liveliness of this pub now picking up people laughing and talking amongst themselves where it once was a time of doom and gloom, especially during these last few weeks. A sense of relief now washing over the group. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw. As the music plays in the pub, you start to watch as that once again, that sea of life essence starts to flash in your eyes, not disorienting in any way, but you could see the threads, the connections between these people. It reminds you of the time you spent on Teluthia. And you realize that that disconnect from the world that allows you to see beyond the veil, something that no one gets to see, is still there and present within you. You can see the bonds that tie people together. You can see new bonds forming as some now talking to one another, all attributing to this flow, this ebb and flow of this ethereal sea of energy. For a brief moment, you still recall the moments, looking and searching for Medea. Doesn't distract you as you continue to play for the pub. Everybody now becoming this lively. Even those that were apprehensive of joining in now laughing. It feels as though something had broken in this moment. Tension is gone. At least temporarily. The attack had done a lot more damage than people like to say, especially from those that need to be tough for the world, because life doesn't stop when bad things happen. But in this moment, you do bring that moment to life for everybody. A return to some kind of normalcy as you continue to play your viola. What is the rest of you doing as Thamir walks away from the group? Is there anything you would like to accomplish in the hour waiting, or are we waiting until time?
I would give the catalog to the others, because they did say that there might be stuff that they wanted to potentially get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess
yeah.
I would be just kind of half looking through that, but then also half listening to Tamir.
Would
If we
you
can hear it on the way? Yeah.
Would you have followed?
Oh wait, I thought they were within earshot at least.
How close were you? Like, what was the decision that you wanted? Was close enough to be like near the Adamantine Emporium?
Yeah, close enough. So
And
they
yeah.
will have to exit the house, so they exit the building.
Yeah.
They're still inside.
Yeah. A simple cross the street, this really slender building, put between a food shop that is right on the corner and what looks to be just like a newly opened bistro. You kind of like squeeze your way into the Veiled Lantern, and even then you could hear some of the door now. You could hear the sounds reverberating through the glass, which brings more people in from the streets. And out of all of the windows, you see smiles on the faces of people as Thamir, now in a moment of quiet, calm, being able to relax. The pub is lively and cheerful. So yeah.
I think I'm also kind of just half looking through the book as I'm listening, and I kind of noticed that Nuka's doing the same. I'm like, why do you think they're here with us? They seemed at least safe on that island. Why didn't they came with us?
Oh, Demir.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I guess it gets kind of boring, right? I mean, fuck Tenebra Station. Maybe
Tenebris was a bit busy, but
it's even more of a reason to leave the island. I guess if you're that way inclined. Although, to be honest, Samir doesn't, they're not the most outgoing of people, so, you would imagine that we would be quite happy away from people.
I mean, you wouldn't know that they weren't outgoing from the way they're playing. They're quite good. Sounds like, anyways. Not that I've heard much music myself, but
I'm tone deaf, so I mean, I just like I feel like I'm a part of it. I just want to be a part. Can you sing?
Me?
Yeah.
I've never tried.
You should try now.
Aren't there supposed to be like words I'm supposed to sing to songs?
No, you got the fucking the book there in front of you. Fucking sing whatever you read.
The Book of Items?
Yeah.
What? Am I going to sing about this scorpion's brew? Like,
oh, that sounds like a good song.
It's probably not even in this book. But it's a potion, not an item. Anyways, I don't know that I can.
We put a pin in it.
I mean, all right. Can you? I know you said that you're tone deaf.
I mean, you see him like hesitate, like his lips are moving almost as if he's gonna.
Wait,
No.
wait, can you?
No. Listen to my voice. Could you imagine me like belting out a song?
I mean, it seemed like for a moment you could.
I got kicked in the throat. That's why I kind of.
I
That's why
mean,
it sounds like I've got gravel in my throat.
I see. I thought maybe you were just old now, but
Do you want to know a secret?
always. I'll probably forget it, but
Shit. I can just drop. You remember we had those sashes that fucking disguise self sashes?
yeah.
Can I just like drop that, or how do I work it?
Wait, what do you mean?
So, how Nuke actually he looks a little bit older than a little bit older than he actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, watch this. And I drop it. I'm not actually as old as I looked. I just thought it made me seem more, I don't know, powerful as a, wizard or something. You know what I mean? Just like age and wisdom and shit.
You watch as the illusion vanishes slightly as the younger Nuke that you had seen prior. Still a little bit more do you still have the goatee and stuff?
Oh, yeah, all that. It's just wrinkles. It's just a few more wrinkles. Yeah.
I mean, the wrinkles kind of worked for you a bit. I mean,
right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Distinguished.
Is that the word for it? Sure.
I'm not sure. I'm sure that fucking guy in there probably tell me I'm wrong.
Doesn't matter what they think. I mean, look at me. I'm just a blob still. I hardly even know what shape I'm supposed to be.
You're not going to get, like, I don't know, metal poisoning or something from all those coins just floating around.
You know, I didn't think that far ahead. Say, you know what? I'm gonna look through this book actually now. Is there like a bag of holding in here?
In the Adamantine Emporium, no. A lot of it
Yeah,
is
they gave us
just
a book of like leatherworking stuff, right?
yeah.
So,
I mean, there are satchels. There are people that like leather workers that actually do the crafting. But in terms of bag of holding, you would have to go to a magic shop to find something like that. The
you mean like the
Adamantine
one we were just at.
Yeah, the Adamantine Emporium specifically is a place of like the base craftsmanship of things: swords, blades, armors, even just leather craft, shoes, furniture, everything.
I guess just like a satchel then would be all like just a bag to hold stuff.
Yeah. You look through the catalog, and eventually you come up to one of the pages. There's an entire spread in the Adamantine Emporium. You see the name of the craftsman and the guy just standing there, grayish in the hair, standing kind of like at the 3/4 profile to the side, looking into it, with his round brass-like spectacles and his name kind of lit in that same almost carved leather with the stitching on the outside. You see his name, Barnaby Voss. Leatherwork extraordinaire is one of the... You notice that in comparison to a lot of the spreads, and you're looking through, there are dozens of other leather workers, but this one, for some reason, this double page, fold out spread, actual has like a 3-panel page in this catalog. It seems as though he paid a lot to make his stuff look very, very good. Everything is all, the images on the pictures are oversaturated to draw you in. You see the deep browns of the leathers. Everything has like a macro shot of a really close up of the stitching on the edge of a really well crafted wingtip shoe.
This leather stuff almost looks shiny. How did they do this? It's is there like, oh god, is there like a fanny pack like thing?
Yeah. I mean, there are dozens. There's an over-the-shoulder fanny pack style. There's a whole section of various multi-pocketed backpacks. There are larger camping knapsacks, all made out of this and then there's just like this almost voluptuous, soft, supple-looking leather work that he is that's present across all of his works and pieces that you can see within the catalog.
Is there a price to the fanny pack, or do we need to ask them once we're in there?
Yes, for the fanny pack for the smaller setup, you're looking at 1 gold, 5 silver.
Okay. Well, I mean, something like this, right? I mean, at least it's not, restricting my movement or anything like that. But I could put stuff in here, right?
Who are you talking to?
You.
Oh.
I love see a blob with a leather fanny pack.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Amazing.
That and a shiny javelin that's kind of almost through him.
There's actually, if you look at it down the sheet, there is a matching leather vest that goes along with it as well, made out of the same material. The dye, the embroidering on it is the same, like the stitching is the same color. It's very nice.
Why would anybody want a vest, though? It's so restrictive.
Alpha's gonna go into the Adamantine Emporium looking like Zack and walking out like Crocodile Dundee.
Pretty much. Yeah.
They had so much awesome stuff in here. I just had a whole bunch of coin and it was really cheap.
Right? If we got 620 gold, what if I just got 600 penny packs, Just put them all over myself. Get some for my arms and some for my
Leather
legs.
vest, fanny pack. He's like, I bought this dagger too. It's awesome.
No. God damn. But anyways, yeah, like this. I suppose this would work, right?
I guess. I mean, does it
I gotta
feel
say,
good?
I mean, it feels a little weird having that many things just kind of sloshing around in me. So
It's kind of
this way, it'd just be
distracting.
one bag, right? And just,
It only took the entire campaign before Alpha decided to buy a backpack.
yes,
Instead of just shoving
Nope.
things in his
Fanny
body.
pack.
Fanny pack.
Fanny pack.
You're right.
Not a backpack.
You're right.
My javelin will still be sticking out.
I mean, you do you, I guess.
I mean, is there a better option? Do,
I mean, it looks all right. You should get a hat. I
A
think you're
hat?
good in that. Yeah.
what kind of hat?
Ooh. What kind of hats you got?
I don't know. I mean, there's this one. It kind of has little like almost like what the guy at the dock was wearing. You know, kind of a wide brim looking thing. I don't know if he was wearing a hat or not, but I'm throwing it on there now.
Yes, now.
I don't know. I mean, there's a few different kinds here. Do I need a hat? Do I stand out too much?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I mean, I don't know too much, but quite a lot. Yeah, too much.
I mean, I feel like something like this would just like rip and tear with all the shenanigans we get up to, right?
Ripping and tearing.
That's the first thing that hit me.
I didn't know if you guys would get the
Oh,
reference.
the ripping and
I didn't
tearing,
get the
dude.
reference,
Oh my
no.
god. That video lives rent free in my head. I think about that every once in a while. It just pops up.
I wonder what that guy's doing.
Probably fucking awesome. It's probably doing great.
Maybe if you, I don't know, get a hat that's like one size larger, you know, it won't wear and tear so much. Are you
Well,
corrosive?
I don't think so. Not that
Are
I
you
know of.
basically a gelatinous cube, but non-cubular?
I'm not certain what that is, but maybe. I'm more worried about, you know, I kind of get stabbed quite a lot. And I don't think that this type of stuff would hold up very well to that.
Maybe you should, like, I don't know, wear armor or something. Have you ever, consider that?
Oh,
Like
but
stab proof.
that seems like it would just inhibit a lot of my movement, though. I don't really want that either. I want to still be able to like get around and move around, you know?
I mean, buddy. Um,
You know what? You know what? Let's
He
just put
shakes his
this
head
on
as
hold
it-
for now, and I'll
Yeah.
close the book. I'll put it like on Nuke's lap because I don't want it to like sink into me. And we'll,
That
let's
was
just.
difficult.
You know
I'm
what?
pooped.
We'll yeah. It's it's fine. I'll sit and listen to the music a little more.
You know what? Alpha is gonna end up with like a fedora. He's gonna walk out.
Or a
And-
top
and a
hat, one of the
cane.
two.
Top
Using the
hat.
javelin as a cane, pimp stick.
Oh, amazing.
I mean, a quarterstaff is technically a weapon I can use. So
It's true. It's very true. And is there anything else you would like to accomplish as you are now just sitting by a bench listening to Thamir still tearing it up in the
where's
Veiled
Petey in all
Lantern?
this?
Yeah, what is Petey doing during this time?
I mean, he'd be going with you guys, and just sort of listening to the music, paying attention. I mean, like if you're putting down the catalog, he would probably pick it up to look through the leatherworking stuff. Just for ideas since he's proficient with leatherworking tools.
Okay.
Nice.
You know, I think I asked you before, but do you? This sounds like a rude way to phrase it, but do you have a purpose? Like, were you made for something? Because the last Warforged that, well, we knew that I was a part of, he very much was. Are you the same?
Well, I can't say for sure. Don't have a lot of memories from when I was made.
Right, that's what we were gonna go and talk to Merrick about. Haha. Okay.
Nice.
Yes.
I remember now. That's why we're here. Right. Forgot about that. Well, if he tells you you do have a designation or a purpose, is that gonna change who you are?
Edie sort of looks up and considers that for a second. To be honest, I haven't thought about it. Should it?
I don't. I guess that's up to you, really. I mean, Vic always tried to go, well, kind of against what he was made for, but he still had aspects of it that he could never really get rid of. So, I mean, it really depends on what you want to do with it, probably.
I don't know. I suppose I'll have to decide when I find out, if I find out. I've been around long enough without one that I'm not sure if it would change something.
I suppose you're right.
Kind of strange that you don't have memories, though, right? I mean, why? Did you fall and like bump your head or something?
I believe if I knew, I probably would remember in the first place.
That's a good point. That's a really good point, actually.
I mean, in his defense, I don't really have, well, my own memories anyway either. So
Yeah, but because you weren't in existence. I mean, unless PD was just born 9 weeks ago, well then it's not really the same thing.
I guess that's a good point. I guess we'll find out whenever Merrick is free.
Oh, remember that fucking globe that I gave to, who has that globe? Tamir? Remember the one with the memories? When you, like, think of shit, it, like, shows up in the globe. Maybe, maybe if we give that to PD.
When you think of shit, I heard take a shit.
I did too.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, no, when you're on the Thailand, you're looking for reading material. No, you know the fucking the snow globe thing.
I
When you think of memories.
remember. I
Right.
remember.
Maybe if we give that to PD and he starts like thinking of memories, and then you know when you see it, it might like spur other memories.
Expert, is that a word?
Are you sure I didn't say X, but also fuck you?
Now, how does it feel? How table has turned.
Expound? I don't know. To be honest, I just go with it. Right. It's fucking. I'm dyslexic. I don't know if you noticed. I'm
Oi,
like
oi.
really, really dyslexic. Why do you think it's taking me so long to understand this fucking book?
I'm not. I just no. You don't want the answer. Never mind.
Squint.
I mean, you're understanding it way better than I ever could. So.
Yeah, damn straight. Sorry, I got a little bit defensive.
It's fine, but you do make a good point still. Perhaps we should.
To be honest, I can't even remember my point. Oh yeah, the globe, yeah. Wait, that's to me or have it though.
I thought you just kind of always took it back.
I thought I gave it. I was trying to get rid of shit. I was getting a bit bogged down. To be honest, I was kind of hoarding everything. I was feeling a little bit guilty, so I was trying to like head out. But are you guys up?
I see.
Anybody want a lollipop?
I forgot you had that fucking jar. You didn't eat it in the 5 years you were gone?
He was busy.
Oh, yeah,
Wait.
what
Are
would
the
these look like?
lollipops 5 years old now? Are they stale as hell?
They're probably merged together.
Well, I'd imagine they're individually wrapped at least.
Yeah,
but
yeah, they're individually
they're probably super sticky. You know, when
Yeah.
you like
They
open
probably
them.
have a challenge rating at this point.
Yeah, there's definitely a saving throw tied to it.
Oh god.
Gonna roll a
actually
fucking
forgot everything
defense for your
about it.
teeth.
That's brilliant.
I mean, I suppose I could try one.
Here. I'll hold it out.
You get handed a vaguely green, kind of as you pull the wrapper off, it's a little sticky on the inside. Some of the plastic sticks to it.
I will like. I don't really have a mouth or a tongue. I just realized.
Huh?
Sticks it into its throat.
So if you just taste everything from anywhere in your body, are you tasting the floor as you walk?
Oh.
Like, because every time we talked about you eating food, it just kind of floats there and you taste it.
Yeah, you're right.
So do you
You're right.
taste the floor?
I haven't thought that far ahead about it, honestly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Probably.
welcome to Philosophy 101 in D&D.
That's probably how. I'm probably just so used to the taste of floor, it doesn't
It
bother
just
me.
doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't faze me anymore.
Love that earthy, that umami.
But yeah, I guess I'll like stick the lollipop close to my head and it'll just travel down my body.
How do you feel?
Just dissolves.
How do you feel?
Well, I mean, I feel pretty all right. It seems it's almost as sticky as I am, so.
So not dying.
No, not any more than I was before.
Sweet. I'll have one then. To be honest, I was kind of a bit nervous the last couple of years to even touch these, but thanks for testing it. Petey,
Always happy to help.
lollipop?
Sorry, what?
Would you like a lollipop?
I don't have a mouth.
Yeah, but you just see. Can't like stick it in one of your holes or something. Like open yourself up and just throw it in. You know,
My
close it again.
disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Yeah, just stick it in somewhere.
There's some like crevices there by your armpit. Here, and I start like poking it into his armpit. Have one.
I think I'm all right, thank you.
More for us, eh?
Oh man.
You know, Vic would always just say he did not require sustenance, but then I suppose, yeah, he didn't really have a mouth either, though. So
It's a good saying. I might use that.
I kind of thought you all already knew it, so
It's like your creed or something.
But it is
He
true.
was so
I do
adamant
not
about it.
require sustenance.
I know. Jeez, look at the time.
Hold on. Petey, do you have like a second name or is it just Petey? That's it. Just or have you forgotten that also?
P.T. Owen is my full name.
Come again?
P.T. Owen.
Owen. Isn't that like a first name? Where you got two first names?
I
only
have a
one
first
name.
and a second name.
Nuke drifts off into thinking about something.
Welcome to Philosophy 102.
Oh goodness, what have we gotten ourselves into?
I don't know. I really don't know.
If you have two first names, do you have a last name?
Whoa.
Well, that was perfect.
If you have one middle name and one last name, do you just have a third name?
What is happening?
Yeah,
What is
man.
what is happening?
Oh my lord. I need something stronger for this. Fucking hell.
Oh, goodness.
Ah.
Asking life's questions in D&D format
Just
is great.
Can you just imagine, like, the people in my life, this is how I am all the time. Like, how do they cope?
It would be about this time. Mimir, you are wrapping up. I need you to give me a D100 roll, please.
That was mercy. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
And 2D20, please. In that time, through people coming and going, listening to the merriment happening in the Veiled Lantern, you do end up pocketing 74 silver and 26 gold in that time. The coin is flowing, not bad for an hour's work. But an hour has passed. And it's just about time you look over at the board through the main gate, the Adamantine Emporium, and you do see that your name now rolls down on the Rolodex style signage. Petey. The time that it shows. You are up.
Kind of sighs. I suppose it's time now.
Suppose it is.
Should we've like spent the last hour kind of, trying to be efficient with what we ask him if we've got like limited time?
But see, that would have made so much sense. I don't think that's really what we're known for, is it?
I don't feel like we're prepared for this.
I just can't imagine Tamir just now walking up like, alright, oh wait, what the fuck?
You just see
Why
them
is-
eating suckers, just lollipops,
Yeah.
and talking about
There's
nothing.
a sucker stick in the middle of my chest somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Lollipop?
No, thank you. I see we've been busy. Should we go in? Or do you guys
I-
need a moment?
I
I
mean,
think
you've
it's
been
our
busy.
time now, so.
Yeah, we got 10 minutes. We better be efficient. I hope you guys have some question.
Oh, we were
for
preparing
this
for the
start.
last like hour or so. Yeah, we've got like a list of questions.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
yeah,
lovely.
Yeah. Petey's got them all thought up, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I understand.
Pardon?
Oh Lord, let's get in and we'll see what happens. I guess as usual.
Alrighty.
Before.
Heading on in, you look up at the board once more, looking at what booth Merrick Goal is in. As you walk back, the receptionist does give you a nod, knowing that you are walking back behind, heading further into. It's just multiple booths, and you can see that there are pathways, people walking in, several trolleys bringing out large, ornate pieces of furniture, some wearing and eyeing their new piece of armor, happy that they have a new custom set they can call their own. Eventually, you walk up. You see an individual. His whole area is a scattering of tools and equipment, parts, plating. You realize that this individual now more so specializes in war-forged weaponry and armor plating. Does not look up from his desk. You see several of these giant magnifying glasses in front. You're here. It was Petey, right? Believe that you're up next. And eventually...
No, Petey Owen.
Yes. Well, I was not given a last name, so I would not have known Petey Owen. Eventually, his eyes do upturn from his workbench, and he immediately stops as he gets his eyes on Petey. Oh. You watch as he walks over to a giant pole that is right at the edge of his booth. He picks up one of this phone and he brings it to his mouthpiece. If I have any other appointments for tonight, please cancel them. I'm going to be quite busy here. You hear a muffled sound coming in from the other speaker that is posted up on the board. He hangs up. Thank you. He hangs up. Please, come in, have a seat. And he does not look at everyone else. I apologize that if you are coming here for weaponry, I'm more than happy to help you here, but who are you? You see his eyes now shifting, and the spectacles that are built into his head now bring in and start to magnify as he looks over, kind of reaches over to your arm, not having any type of personal space in that sense. You watch as his arm opens up and you see him measuring the plating of your arm, the frame, everything. Sorry, I apologize. What can I do for you? As the spectacles now retract and kind of slip into the side of his head. I apologize. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Petey sort of looks back at the party.
Well, we were told to come find you. Oh God, what was his name again?
Valderon, or
yes,
something.
Valderon. Hey, Valderon sent us from the magic shop. But we've actually met before. Well, not me. I've seen you, but you probably haven't seen. You might know Nuke.
Hi, I'm Nuke.
We met in Pernios. with
I
Credula.
do recall weeks ago, yes. Right. What brings you here? And you see his, focus on, is that you... Theron Credulo is just fine. I just wanted to let you know. It seems as though he's trying to hurry this along. These, pleasantries. You just here to check in on I assure you I did the best of work. Theron is up to 100% once more. He is able to continue his work. And
Is he safe?
Where is he? And is he safe?
The last I left, yes, he is safe. He did collect his things. As for what is happening currently, I'm not quite sure. Things in Pernios have escalated quite rapidly. Things have made a turn for the worst, even more so than here in Oxrun, I'm afraid. I haven't spoke to him since I departed and made my way back here, but I assure you he's very resourceful. As long as he's not getting himself into any trouble, I'm sure he's fine.
So what happened in Pernios? What escalated?
You're unaware of... Is this what we came here to talk about? You do see him fidgeting, and you can see the kind of gears in his face articulating, showing there's a slight impatience. His eyes start to dim slightly as he continues to look over at Petey, but he does entertain the conversation. So you haven't heard, were you not... Did your minds not connect to what had happened? Your friend was there, right? It's the same, the ashen-horned gentleman. There was devastation across Pernios. The landscape started to shift and meld, and then a demon flew into this hellish landscape. And next thing they knew, a strange dome or a sphere started to rise from the ground. It blocked off over a quarter of the city itself. The warehouse district's completely gone. Inaccessible to anyone. There's like a barrier around the area. And he kind of like rummages on his his table. A look, and on the front page, you watch as a giant winged creature, identical to Kaelin, though the horns, the ashen horns, the crown now growing, and you could see just this energy rising from them. The image on the newspaper is unmistakably Kaelin, flying over the skies of Pernios. A picture captured in that moment. The headlines. Demon devastates the northern warehouse districts of Pernios. Tens of thousands of people missing. When I saw this headline, that was the... I was wondering, obviously you all... I thought you had a hand in this, and I might have made a terrible mistake working with you and Aaron, but... I don't know, I tried to reserve my judgment before I could speak on it. But I had met your group before, and I just didn't expect something like that. Now I have a question for you. Why was your friend doing that?
That's a difficult one to answer.
Well, you could start from the beginning, because now my curiosity is piqued. Obviously, you found your way to me for whatever reason. I honestly thought it was because of their incredulo, but seems like both of us are missing some pieces to this puzzle.
I awkwardly look at Alpha and PD. I know Tamir's going to be no help.
Tamir knows nothing about it.
Yep.
Tamir just wants to sleep.
You said that no one could get into the warehouse district, right? After this dome was
No, it's like this giant sphere just consumed the entire area. No one can get past it. It's like glass. Almost like an obsidian surface. Or a marble. But still, nobody's been able to break through. So there's just been this strange sphere. That's it. We're not sure what's on the inside, but those that were close, that were able and didn't get consumed by the area, some strange, hellish landscape full of monsters, flesh, blood. The air was heavy with iron, apparently.
You're talking about inside the
Inside the sphere,
right?
yes. On the outside, Pernios is still fine, relatively. But on the inside, no one knows. No contact with anybody that got trapped within.
I believe then the dome was there for exactly that. It's to keep what's happening inside the dome. Without it, it would have spread and taken over Pernios, and who knows where it would have stopped.
That doesn't answer the question of why did it happen here in Oxborough? Why was it that the same, almost identical creatures started to attack Arcan and Progressives? That part I don't understand.
We're hoping to find that answer while we're here as well. But what happened in Pernios and what happened here, I'm not even sure if they're connected. But
The question is, you all are not connected to it, right? Well, as connected as you can be, but you are not responsible, is what I'm saying.
no. The closest thing responsible was Kalen in protecting the rest of Pernios. I have to believe that's what happened. He wouldn't cause devastation like that unless it was to prevent further devastation.
A word of warning. I would be very, very cautious as to who you tell in this city.
Of course. We're hoping, at least I'm hoping, that perhaps you can help with who we can trust here. You've helped us with Credulo before. I hope that you're one of the good ones.
I assure you, I am.
But we don't have many friends here, I know that much.
The problem is that a lot of people lost a lot of their friends in the last few weeks, and it's difficult to find people that you trust. I'm not sure if you're familiar with people here in Oxborough or troubles that we've been having. From what we know, apparently one of the main researchers of Arcan and Progressus, Severin Palamis, he's being held for a conspiracy
Severin.
to... You know of Severin?
Well, that's a little
Funny-
bit,
funny
bit
story.
hard to explain. You recall in Pernios, the Warforged that was with Nuke, Vic 32.
Vic 32, yes. I'm acutely aware of him, yes. Where is he, by the way?
We had to leave him behind. But I don't know how to explain this, but I'm part of him. I am what was flowing through him to keep him alive. It seems that when I gained my own consciousness, a lot of his memories came with it. So Severin is one that Vic trusted.
Severin Palamas is one of the most trustworthy people in Arcanum Aggressors. In fact, he has done so much great things around Rectum that I can't even begin to fathom this idea that he was part of this conspiracy to commit atrocities.
That's exactly it. If he's so trustworthy, then it's the... I heard it too, Nook, don't worry. If he's so
Regnum.
trustworthy...
I'm pretty sure he said rectum.
Regnum.
I'm pretty sure you did too.
I might have said rectum, whatever, it's fine.
Sorry, carry on.
If he's so trustworthy, then it must be the ones holding him that are corrupt, then, no?
I would assume
The
so.
ones holding him are the ones that are responsible for this attack, or at least affiliated with it.
For several years now, the governing body around Arcanum Aggressors has shifted. And they have been very, very tight-lipped on either advancements. They've once were transparent with everything that went on within the walls, from technology. They had new magics and things that they were doing with the Cyrillicite that they would bring in. Obviously, it's one of our main exports here, but recently they stopped their monthly newsletter, their yearly recap of everything that has been going on, where either funding or our resources are going. And this has been going on for some time now. So, I presume it would be somebody there. As to who, I'm not sure. But you are right. And a lot of people here think the same way.
Do you know where we can find him?
Severin? Oh, he's probably locked away in the tower itself. Most people don't know it's not only a place of archive. They do have holding cells in the basement areas. Sure, they have plenty of prisons on the outside. But when it comes to threats of that nature, they keep everything in-house. As to how you're going to get down there, or how anyone would be able to, I'm not sure. That's not my area of expertise. But I assure you he would be there.
Right. Sorry, I look at PD. I kind of got away from the point we're here. He's lost a lot of his memory, it seems. Valderon thought you could help. At least tell him, you know, maybe help tell who or what he is, or who or what he was made for. Something to help jog his memory, maybe?
Huge juxtaposition from the conversation that we just had.
Sorry, yeah, there's more questions to ask, but
There's a lot of things happening right now. I myself find myself a bit looking over my shoulder too much. So I kind of helped spur this conversation on. I thought maybe this would be a good time to gather information myself. Yes, Petey, if there's any questions that you may have, as soon as I saw you, obviously, I had a very difficult time masking my curiosity. So I am more than happy to help in any way that I can.
I'm not sure what I'm looking for, or I get a feeling I don't even know if I want to find it, but I've always had something guiding me, and it's led me here, so do you know where I might be from, or who made me, or for what purpose?
I wasn't there from the beginning. But Warforged, like us, have gone through many iterations. Their ally, I'm not sure if you had met him, Vic 32, was from a time rife with war and devastation, a power struggle between the greedy and those just trying to get by, trying to make the world a better place. There were so many fingers in the pie, so many hands that molded the clay. But through the generations, the iterations, the skeletal structure of all of us are like line-worked vehicles. We can change our outward appearance, and there are modifications, especially to those that are actually trained in such a way. It is a lost art, and there are only a few of us left. I could look at one of us and tell you what generation, whose hands built that model. I could look at the inner workings and see all of the connections, the type of material that runs through our veins, the fibers that make our being, the type of core you have. But you, I immediately knew that you were something different. You're not first generation, second, or even seventh gen. What I can tell you is that you are something uniquely yourself. As for your make, model outward? I'm not sure. There are some people, especially during the times before our generation unfortunately came to an end, where they found it to be inhumane to create more of us. So there is a definite cutoff period in our history where no more Warforged came to be. But before then, there were people that are not trained in our craft that managed to find their way into this strange, almost sadistic hobby, trying to create life on their own. What does that mean for you?
You said you knew every model of Warforged.
I do.
How can you not know mine?
Just from the outward appearance, the way your plating sits on your skeletal structure, even just the cadence of the way that you walk, the way that you move, tells me that you are unlike anything that has been... These terms are not really kosher anymore. Manufactured. You were made by someone different. You're not a design of Flint Shoals, the father of us all. You didn't come from the time of Ebengard. No, those frames, they were made for destruction. May I look on the inside?
I've come this far. Please.
He waves his arm and leads you to what looks to be a table that is on a 45-degree slant, if you will. It wouldn't take in too long. We'll be careful, and everything will be back to the way they are. As he leads you over to the table, your feet resting on the edge as the table tilts back. You see as he reaches under on the structure, pulling out several of these probes, looking around meticulously across your body. You don't even have any of the connections. This is very, very peculiar. He takes a while, and he starts to shift and move the plating, removing the chest plate. Everything is not in a place that I thought it would be. As you feel just this tension, as the skeletal frame now being shifted and moved carefully, not twisted, but moved on its hinges. You don't have a normal core, as all of us do.
What does that mean?
He touches his chest plate, and you see it open from the side as several other screws now automatically shift, and you watch as the chest plate or the chest skeletal structure open, and you can see this glowing green orb. This is who we are. Everything that makes us is within this core. You don't have one. And you see his face kind of articulate slightly. You realize that the form of Merrick Gall now is more of modern, and there is almost as much expression as a normal organic creature. His face showing concern as he looks over you. You don't. I mean, unless you have it somewhere else, but that in itself is just another mystery. And he doesn't poke and prod, but there is this hesitation. I don't want to go further because I'm not. I've never seen anything like this before. I've seen a few in my time, those created by ones playing God. Tinker tools, making their own kind, but those people that created them still followed blueprints of older generations. But yours is unlike anything that I've seen.
But I'm just a warforged like you.
Quite possibly. Maybe I'm missing something and it's further in, somewhere else. But just on the surface, from what I can tell, unless I go and spend some time looking, and even then I'm still hesitant to do so. This is where my, not fascination, it doesn't end here, but this is where I become cautious. Because you are in a territory that I am unfamiliar with. I can't tell you who created you, or when, or why. I assure you, if it was something that was known, I could fill you in. But for now, that is all I can say without going further. I can't tell you anything definitively.
Alpha's kind of just staring between the two of them right now. Like, well, I don't know what to do with this.
Petey sort of collects himself and starts to get himself up.
As you lean forward, you feel the tilt and the hydraulic pulling, just sending you careening forward. It does move at a slow pace as you tilt back upwards.
Perhaps I simply I've just they just didn't mark me with it or something. A mistake of some kind.
Right, possibly. There is in the books from a long time ago. They were. I mean, maybe you were some of the earlier ones, the ones that before they became known to the people, right? People experiment with things, and this was just one of the originals. Maybe you are one of the originals. Tries to say it, but the hesitation is clear and trying not to make things more stressful in this moment.
Yes, well, I suppose there's no way to know more then.
No, we can't leave it like that. I am going to go and look through everything that I know. All of the archives. Maybe there was a generation that was skipped, and the documentation either lost to time or hidden because of something or other. That must be it. It must be it.
Out of character, I don't remember if you said it. Does he have like any kind of like a chest opening similar to what Vic had?
Similar, yes. The chest plate does remove, but the frame itself is
Different.
the skeletal structure, the insides, the inner workings of it. Even then, like, you've spent time with Vic, you know. I mean, you can't say anything other than you know the form of Vic very intimately.
Mm-hmm.
As though it's like your own body. And even you looking at the insides, the chest of Petey, it looks alien to you.
I want to try something anyways, but
Rule of cool, dude.
I don't know if it'd be cool or not, but
Do it.
Perhaps, Petey, can you sit back down for a moment? If you'll let me, I want to try something. I don't know if it'll work or if I even can, but when God damn it, when I could merge with Vic, I kind of was able to flow around inside a bit. Could I try that? Maybe I can find something inside that's different, that it all looks different from the outside, but I guess more specifically, maybe I can find something that's shut up. Maybe I can find something that's familiar. That's the same.
I suppose so.
Again, I don't even know if I'll be able to, but I mean, you've got your own power source going through you, wherever it's coming from.
Pete,
Hmm?
sorry, go ahead.
What you can see that Alpha is very like hesitant. He doesn't want to like. He doesn't know if this will work. He doesn't know if it does work, if it's gonna hurt you or him. He's just very like hesitant to like try it. But if it hurts, just I don't know. Yell, I guess. I should be able to come back out. This sounds so wrong in my. God damn it. Whatever. It's late now.
PD nods and gives you enthusiastic consent.
God damn.
This could be my favorite moment of the campaign.
Okay. Well. Yeah. Alpha's gonna reach an arm out, and like to where Vic's core would be if PD had a core, and try to like allow himself to get soaked in, I guess.
To merge.
To merge. Yes. See if I even can.
It wasn't something that you had to think about with Vic.
Mm-hmm.
It was like putting a coat on. Just walking. That's as though you were always one and the same, and it was not something that you had to think about. And yes, you do still feel like there is a draw. You can feel the traces, the connections within the skeletal frame of PD. But the draw that you feel now isn't the same that you had with Vic. You can feel the virolium coursing through the inner mechanisms. The machine work that constantly provides the energy, allowing PD to live.
Can I follow like where it's coming from, where the draw is coming from?
You send more through, seeing if there is a central point where all of these connections meet. There must be, right? There has to be. But there is no... not a soul in a way that you could feel. Not like how you felt with Vic. Further in, there are multiple smaller cores. But you only feel the energy coursing through. There are 5.
Okay.
But there is nothing that flows through in a way, nothing that draws you to it. It simply feels like pure energy. But that's as far as you can go as eventually you feel that strange vibration trying to reject. You could feel already the Viralium now pumping through all of the connections, the machinery that make up Petey. Petey, there is this point that fight or flight kicks in. Give me a wisdom saving throw. You are among allies, though the time that you have spent together is brief. The stars have never led you to not danger, but demise without reason. And this was not destruction, and you try as you might just force away that panic. You're among allies. But eventually you do feel, as Alpha does, in that moment, there is a rejection. As you can feel that this energy, the Viralium, now starting to desync. In a lot of cases, in any time that you've been around the Viralium, you've always had some kind of synchronicity between it. This is the first time you've ever felt that disconnect. And it unsettles you.
Sorry, was that unsettles me or Petey?
It unsettles you.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, cool.
Like there is a definite like inability to connect and merge the way that you did with Vic.
I'll like quickly just unmerge myself.
Mm-hmm.
And he's almost like, he kind of stands there for a moment just in front of you. Just you, whatever flows through you, it's still the same, but it's not. There's something that's changed it. Or it's changed somehow. And I look to Merrick, yes. Look to Merrick. He does have a core. He's 5, actually. They're all smaller, but together just as powerful.
Well, then that is a start. I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but I am going to go at some point and look through all of the archives that I have access to and try to find something that resembles what PT is. And maybe we'll figure something out.
Are you all right, Petey?
I don't know.
Just nods. In the meantime, going back to our other conversation, if we needed a way into the Progressus, how do we do it?
Currently, it's hard to say. The only ones allowed down into the quad are anyone under the employ. People that actually work in Arcanum Progresses. The quads have been completely shut down. I don't know if you've seen, but they still have a giant tarp around the remnants of a creature that attacked. And they don't want people to come close. Military is watching every single one of the lifts, and the quads are vacant, so if anyone approaches, they immediately stop them. There are several checkpoints. Unless you have a direct invite from somebody that has authority. I'm not quite sure how you're going to get inside.
What was the name of the group that that Skiff and the others were a part of? There was a name for them, like that general, like people helping the Oxburn, helping the Progresses.
They were the Valiant Soldiers.
Valiant Soldiers, thank you. I mean, I don't know if we do yet or not, but hopefully we'll know in a couple of days.
Just be very careful. Very, very careful. Again, there are things working behind the scenes. Something bad has been happening for quite some time.
There's someone took interest in us earlier. She said she was a member of the Velvet Reverie. Does that mean anything to you?
Velvet Reverie. Give me a high or low roll.
What did I say last time? I said high last
High,
time.
and got
I'm gonna
51.
go low.
Mhm.
Then I'll go low. Yeah.
I'll get 49 or
50.
something.
13.
Okay. I believe that's a performing troupe, if I'm not mistaken. They perform throughout the theaters here in Oxburn. I heard that they travel. They're quite known. What was her name?
Avalandria.
Avalandria. Yeah, right. Yeah, she is the head of their troupe. As for what that means, I'm not sure. Are you looking to head to the theaters? I'm not sure if anything is playing right now.
I'm not sure either. But she seemed rather interested in us, and I was hoping that maybe the name would, I don't know, tell if she was friend or foe.
Not in particular. I'm aware of their shows. They tend to change month to month. Performing acts, either a play or music sometimes. But I mean, nothing stands out beyond that. I'm not really one for theater, so I couldn't tell you.
They did observe, although I was unable to detect it, that the temperature was elevated. I'm not sure if that's important, but just in case you forgot, you mentioned it several times.
Only because Nuke pointed it out.
PD, are there, is Nuke and Alphas?
I don't even know what to say to that.
I'm sure, by any chance, elevated by now.
Nuke, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Really?
Yep,
Now
there we go.
again.
There you are.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I'm not talking.
Oh.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. Confusion.
I could just see your thing going, so I wasn't sure if you were saying anything or not. But
I think
Nah,
he's
just moving
always
around laughing,
okay. bobbing, weaving.
ripping into Darren.
God damn it.
God damn it. Right. So I guess that brings us back to square one then. To wait for a couple days for whoever to get back.
I have a quick question, you said there's no way in without an invitation. Physically. Is
Mhm.
there a way to see or have a visual of inside of it without being there?
I mean, there are spells that could give you a view on the inside of Arcane Progresses, sure. Magic is not really my expertise, again. I could do as Valdron did and refer you to him.
Just gonna look down at Nuke and raise an eyebrow like, eh?
Well, you think that I can do something like that?
It was for a shot.
Yeah, no. I mean, I am aware there may be something, but no, right now. Not for me.
Good to know. That's
Is there
all.
something you're trying to look for in particular?
Just
Mm,
information.
Well, if it's just... I mean... I don't know where you could go with this information, but I am aware that the military has at least commandeered some, if not all, of the Warden Patrol's offices around. If there's generic questions that don't make you suspicious in any way.
Don't be suspicious. I don't be suspicious.
I would very much be cautious as to the line of questioning that you would ask any of the watchmen or military.
So you're saying we shouldn't just go and ask where Severin is being held?
or shout in the streets, maybe.
But who do that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Sounds like a terrible way to get information.
Mm-hmm.
Matters of magic, I would recommend Velderon. He is a close friend. Extremely trustworthy.
I wonder if he could get a message to Severin.
If there could be anyone, it would be him.
Although we have asked him for a lot already today.
Word of advice, Velderon. If you can entertain him enough, it would ingratiate yourself to him. He's
Well,
one of
I
those
did-
people that enjoy a good story.
I mean, I did give him a piece of me before we left. I don't know if he was done with it, but
Like, Metaphorically, or
No, quite physical actually. Can I only do it when how many times going to do this? Hold on. What does this say? More details.
No.
It doesn't say how many. I can only use it a certain number of times. So
yeah, I
No,
guess you
it's
can
just
make
kinda like
another
this.
one.
just popping out. Okay, one of these little guys.
Like really gave it to him, yeah.
God damn it.
It's fucking 6 inches.
It is. Yep. 6 inches wide and 10 feet
Yeah.
long.
Oh god.
Actually,
Yikes.
up to 6 inches wide and 10 feet long.
Ah.
So it
Trying
can be
to
as,
kill the man?
can be as small as big as I want it to be.
Oh lord.
Right. So I don't know what to do with that information.
I didn't know if he could do anything with it either, but if anyone could, right?
I'm sure he's quite entertained.
See,
He
that's it.
enjoys those strange curiosities like that. Definitely in his
I'll
wheelhouse.
just absorb it back in.
Again, magic.
You're deleting this VOD, right?
Nope. It's being broken down into shorts.
Gotta make sure it's put into plus 18.
Yep. Come on, it's gonna be on YouTube. Obviously, it's gonna be on YouTube Kids. Duh.
yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Duh. Have you seen those Elsa and Spider-Man videos? Come on. This is tame.
What? You know,
It is a
I'm not gonna
rabbit.
ask. Do not
It
ask.
is a rabbit hole that I would recommend going down because it is
Nope.
pregnant Spider-Man.
Oh, only that.
Yeah.
I have some things to look up later.
Yeah. Just
I have some things to look up now.
I think it's called Elsa Gate. So go ahead and go look at that. Elsa Gate's
Okay,
pretty. It is a rabbit hole. Yeah.
These
Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dungeons and
I'll
Dragons.
Yeah. Right. I mean, maybe tomorrow morning then? That's the first stop back. Back to Valdron.
If we must.
If I'm
So
being
assuming it's
honest,
gotten pretty late at this point. Oh, go ahead.
if I'm being honest, he sleeps less than us.
I doubt it.
You'd be surprised.
So you will be being part of this group, right, Alpha?
What? I don't
Sleep.
sleep that. I don't sleep that often.
I know, right? Sleep doesn't seem necessary for any of us, apparently.
I mean, you're the one that always wants to go back to the bed, so
Yeah. I wonder why.
I don't know. You're the one that wants to do it. Why are you asking me?
Just gonna shake my head. Whatever.
If Pete is anything like Vic, he barely sleeps at all. So
Either way. Valdron,
are you saying go to him tonight?
honestly, if it's important, I don't think he'll be upset. Unless you want to rest.
I look to the others.
Might as well. I'm probably
Sure.
gonna get any sleep anyway. Let's go.
See, and you're the one that said we don't ever sleep, but now all you want to do is sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Make up your mind.
Ay.
You've
I
been
am going to take a
very
few.
informative.
I'm going to take a few days and look through my archives and try to find something for you, PT. If I'm not around, leave a message with reception. Let them know your name. I will make sure that they're keeping an eye out for you, so you won't have to do any of the meetings. This is not something, a client conversation. So, if you need anything, put in a message, and they'll make sure it gets to me.
All right, thank you.
Gives a nod. As for the rest of it, good luck. Try to stay out of trouble. But given what little I know and what I had to do to save Theron, I don't presume that things are going to stay quiet for long.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of tend to bring the trouble, or it finds us somehow. It's kind of a bad habit.
So then be careful.
Not too good at that either, but I'll try.
With that, he does open up the main gate on his booth, dimming the light slightly. At this time, the Adamantine Emporium, many of the forge, you could feel the heat now decreasing as less and less patrons and craftsmen are left. Even the streets are quiet. Not many people are roaming around. But still, the amber glow of these filament tubes sending light shining down on the cobbled streets below. You do part ways. What is the plan?
To Valduvan.
Okay.
And beyond. Sorry.
Back to where we started.
Heading across the street, you realize or see that even now, the Veiled Lantern, still after Thamir had left it, there's still a lively crowd, though many of the other pubs across now slowing down. Most people have made their way either home or on to the next pub. It's not much of a walk across the street. 100 yards down to the next shop, the quaint little gesturing hydra with the wooden carving of the moving hydra heads. Small jester hats upon each as they blow smoke and flames. Faint bluish hue shining through the stained glass windows in the front. You don't see any movement on the inside, aside from in the very far corner as you step through the threshold of the shop. Valderon now sitting behind the desk, kind of poking at this little gelatinous object that is walking from left to right across his desk. His eyes upturned now, looking as you walk in. Ah, back already.
Believe it or not, Merrick sent us back here.
Believe it or not, that's not the first time that Merrick has done that with other groups of adventurers. I figured I would be seeing your group again. There's this air about you all. Something tells me that trouble tends to follow you.
I think I just said something similar, actually, so you're probably right.
So, how can I help you?
Kind of both, like, looking to the group because he's not sure if he should be the one still talking or not, but also remembering what Merrick was saying about being careful who you like talk to and trust. He's kind of just standing there like, are we, I don't know. Merrick said that Severin Palamus, the R&D guy over at the Progressus, is currently being held. You know about that?
As soon as you say Severin Palamus, you see him almost like holding onto a dial right in front of him. He flicks his hand, and you hear the door in the front lock. The windows now realize that the shimmering lights on the outside are coming from the windows themselves. They all dim and turn black, not allowing you to see outside or possibly in from your vantage point. Right.
Did I say too much again? Is that...
No. I am just taking precautions. So, try that one more time.
Right. Severin, he's being held because they think that he had something to do with the attack here. I kind of like look at the windows that I can't see out of anymore. I don't think he would have.
As you look back, you realize that you don't even hear the sounds that you heard. The sounds of the street, you no longer hear. You only hear just the whirring of knickknacks kind of chiming away on the shelves of the shop.
I don't think he would have anything to do with it.
I assure you, Severin Palamus would not have any malicious intent for the city and the people.
Can you get a message to him in a way that he might be able to respond, similar to what you did with my friend?
Unfortunately, no. I've tried multiple times. They are keeping Severin in a place that is devoid of magic. No magic can penetrate it. And quite frankly, it's ticking me off.
Is there another way in without magic?
It depends upon how above board are you. You see his demeanor shift. You see, I look at each and every one of you, and where I do see a bit of sticky fingers in some of you,
Whoa.
Rude.
Why is everybody looking at me?
I presume that you all still have a good heart. And out of
I'm
my
not sure I
many
have one of them.
years, but you have a good soul then. And out of the many, many years that I have been alive, I have been a very good judge of character. But I don't presume that you would be against doing something. Legally speaking, if it means saving someone that needs saving.
What are you suggesting?
I mean, I'm in. Just saying.
I'm suggesting that somehow, somewhere, someone might know that there are back channels getting into and around, behind the walls, into the most secure prison on Regnum. I may or may not be suggesting that I know the person that created or helped create their security systems. Or I might just be that one that created it. And suppose that the person that created the prison systems and all of the securities around it just so happen to, just in case, if somebody decided to exploit the system, decided to imprison either the person that created the security system or imprison somebody that he deemed innocent, that there might be a way to get them out. Does that sound like something that you might be able to do? Break into the most secure prison? Liberate somebody that shouldn't be imprisoned in the first place? Go against everything, every rule of law of an entire city? Possibly risking the chance of death, becoming a criminal, dare I say?
I think Alpha mostly looks at PD. He knows the other two's answers, so
You don't know. I don't know who the fuck this dude is.
Ooh, but you're a pirate.
Ah.
In Alpha's mind, that's enough. But he doesn't know PD.
That's so discriminatory.
I know
You're a
this.
pirate.
I'm well
You
aware.
do crime.
I know. Apparently.
Hey, I'm just a blob. I don't know what I'm doing.
Uh-huh. You've been alive for like 4 or 5 weeks, and you're like, no, yeah, pirates, they steal. Yeah.
Like 10 weeks.
Yeah, 10 weeks. 10 weeks.
10 weeks, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
He's already got racism down pat. Like most of the way to
classism,
becoming
almost.
a good citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
Right, yeah, PD was supposed to respond. Well, I've been guided here by something I trust, and I would follow all of you to wherever that leads.
It's a bit of a smirk on Valderon's face.
Alpha is going to go to the mirror. I know you don't know him. But like I said to Merrick, Vic trusted him. he helped Vic with the last attack on Haganeth. He didn't do this.
Are you talking about Vic 32?
Do you know him?
I know of him. I've seen him in passing, yes.
Were you there? At Haganeth, when he left?
During the attack, yes, I was. I was called in. Lots of basilisks running down the mountain. It's very messy.
I don't recall him seeing you, but I'm sure you did your part.
I've known of him for quite some time. I was one that helped put the barrier, the mirage around Haganeth. Long ago. How long has it been? 300 years already?
Give or take. A couple dozen.
I don't know him personally, but it's hard to forget an Ebengard that still carries the same name from back then. Most of them have, at least those that wanted to continue to live. Sure, they all changed their frames or their plating, but all of them didn't keep their original identifiers. Vic was a unique individual, I would say. Just something.
He kept it. He kept it to send a message. Mostly.
How menacing.
No. That's who he was, and there was no escaping it. Hold on.
Now that I can get behind.
You said that the other Ebengard, they changed their names. Do you know other Ebengard?
Several, yes.
Where are they? We need. Oh my. Ah, sorry.
Bam, having a stroke.
Yep. We need to warn them about the cores. They're dangerous. We need to find them.
Wait, their cores are dangerous.
Well, both their cores are dangerous and someone is after their cores as well.
I think we can arrange something. I'll send some messages tonight.
Are they in Oxburn?
Should I be suspicious of you all? Are you trying to just weasel this information out of me? Are you some kind of spy?
No. Sorry. I'm not giving much information at the moment. I apologize. That's just... There's a lot that just... I don't know. I honestly didn't think that any of the other Ebengard were still active. Neither did Vic.
Most of them were either destroyed during the coup in Pernios, but there were some that were able to continue Lots of atrocities happened. They were still carried around. A whole bunch of people died. Things like that. But eventually, some did get away. Change their entire identities. Did Vic think that he was the only one?
He'd always felt alone. One thing at a time. We need to get to Severin.
There is the first thing that you need to do. There is something more pressing. Because as much as I want to send you on a death mission, I would like to believe that you will be able to survive to begin with. I need you to do something for me first. This is where you say, okay, what is it that you want us to do, Valderon? We'll do anything to save our friend Severin. That's how conversations work.
I mean, you understand that we're pressed for time, but...
Are you?
What do you need?
Are you really pressed for time?
Do you know what they're doing to Severin?
Severin has been in prison for, 5 weeks now? Give or take.
Oh!
They've been
that long.
They have been holding him for
half
quite
my
some
life.
time. They have been holding him this whole time.
I see.
I assure you, I may not be able to get any messages in, but I am very aware of what happens in the prison. And they are just letting him rot. They feed him and they leave him alone. Everything that they've been feeding to the people, the lines of questioning, is not something that they've been doing, actually. They're holding him, and that's it.
I think Alpha just kind of gets like flashes of when Vic was held. But fair enough.
In fact, you probably would have been around when they were developing that area. So.
I was thinking about that, but I didn't want to like.
You might have already seen Valderon in many occasions.
Might I have seen the inside of the prison?
Probably the beginnings of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The hollowing out of the stone beneath the tower.
It's probably part of what I helped with, actually, but yeah. Fair enough.
So, instead of sending you to your death, I just want to see if you can handle a bit of basic, survival. Right? I've never seen you work. You've never done anything for me. And I can't just go and blindly trust every adventurer that walks through my door. If that was the case, I would have hundreds of people doing treacherous tasks all the time. That right is reserved for a handful of people. So, there are several towns. There are several towns around Oxborough. Not everyone lives within the caldera. Our walls are secure, but still there are certain towns, certain factories that still exist. One such town, Mistron. About south of here, there is a lower area of the forest. It's a bog. It's... If you were to look at through from the tops of the walls, you would be able to see it. There is a small patch of fog that never lifts. They, unfortunately, are in a position where the strange anomalies that have happened around the city are not severe enough for our wonderful watchers, the Valiant. It's not happening enough there to be of their concern yet. I'm not sure if you're familiar with everything that has been going on around here, but there are a lot of people that have been stranded for some time. People of Mistron are very resourceful, and they're probably not hurting. But there is someone there that I would like you to meet and pick up a few things for me. I put an order in for a few experimental tinctures. If you can pick it up from Malva Gascardel, come back here relatively unscathed. Maybe we'll consider sending you into your peril to save Severin Pellars. Fetch quest, if you will. So,
Could probably do that.
probably. There are monsters that are flooding in from the wilds. And I would not underestimate them. Sure, possibly years ago, when it was just simple boggles running around, lighting themselves on fire and blowing up. But there are monsters there. You'll need to go in with a bit of caution and care, or you will end up dead, I assure you. Head to Misrun. Pick up my stuff. And we'll talk more once you return. He kind of like lets the little plasmoid walk from one hand to another as he's just like messing around. So.
All right, then.
And a perfect opportunity. PT, you did say that you wanted some herbs, correct? I believe that's what you said. You wanted to go collect herbs.
Yes, it seemed like a natural fit for me to go and do. You said you needed some.
It's as though fate brought us together. There are a few. Specifically, ones that I need are in the Felven. That is the area around Mistron. The bogs around are very, very abundant of potion-making herbs there. Are you familiar with herbalism? Plants and used for various tincture making.
Oh, yes, I would say I am.
Then, if you can bring me back enough Valviora Mystilis, then we'll go from there. It's a fair night. herb that kind of grows in the very, very low marsh area.
Shouldn't be much trouble to find, I'm sure.
2 tasks. Try not to die. Betting your life on being able to save Severin Pelamis. I think this is a good deal. Just be careful, okay? You came to me with wanting to save this guy. I'm putting faith in you. So prove me right. At that point, you do see there's a bit of concern in his eyes.
I do have one question for you.
Of course.
It occurred to me since after we left last time. Vic was always much stronger than I am. Do you have any items that can help with that? Maybe not potions. Potions didn't. Well, they definitely worked, but
They don't sit well with your tummy. If you have
you could say
tummy.
that.
He went a bit mental.
It didn't end very well.
If you're looking for any type of permanent enchantment, something like Belt of Strength or something along those lines, correct?
Yeah, I mean, something that wouldn't, get in the way of anything, but more permanent, yeah.
Everything that I have currently is being on loan. Military came in, they asked me for things, they said they'll reimburse me, I gave everything, the reconstruction, the whole monsters attacking people and all. Unfortunately, I don't have anything right now on hand. But
Right.
if we can get through all of this, I'm sure we can make things work, something work. If you're the ones that are to save Severin, if you are the ones that I believe you are, then I'm sure we can make something work.
Then I guess you better prove that we are.
I think you will. So, don't die, right?
Been there. Doesn't take.
Good. Go. Fly, birdies. Actually, just get some rest. I have lots of things to do tonight. And he does. You see him clap his hands, and in that, you all are standing outside, right in front of his shop.
I see.
And it's a little startling, mind you. Your feet were not securely planted on the ground. Some of you, a few inches off the ground.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
You fall on. Nuke, you were a little too high and you were slightly on an angle, so you landed sideways on the ground. Thank you. There we go. Perfect. Oh no. Yeah, the mere landing with grace like a like a cat.
Acrobatics? Oh wait.
Yeah. Yes, acrobatics. PD, you just barely land. Alpha and Nuke, Unfortunately, as you were outside, either couldn't judge your body just because of the shape of it, or something else. But Nuke, you ended up a little too high and you fell flat on your ass. Alpha, you fall onto the ground with a splat. Slightly pancake, just pulling back up.
Right then.
What is this song?
Wasn't very graceful.
No.
But I don't know if this song is for this. You know what? It works.
May
There we go.
may I do one thing first?
Sure.
Just gonna walk over to Alpha and just crouch down to, well, his current level. Right. I didn't know Vic much. I just barely know you. Let's say I know you. I just want to make sure. Do we trust, not the guy that inside there, but you know where? Before I put my neck on the line, do you trust him? Not
Sorry,
Vic.
what?
Do you?
Which?
I can't fucking say his name while we're out here, but I'm referring to.
I see. I see.
Theron. Over the table.
I mean, I didn't know him either.
But do you trust him?
Trust him as much as Vic did. Which is quite a lot, considering he called on him. So.
Well, I'll take that and I'll reach down a hand to help somehow Alpha up, I guess. Just through my hand or something. I don't know.
Alpha's farm goes up your hand to your shoulder, and then you can feel it like pull.
Ugh.
As it like
This
goes
is the
back
hand,
down.
not the fucking arm. Ugh.
Boom.
I didn't give you consent.
Petey will help Nuke up.
Oh, thank you. Fucking Tamir.
Wait.
Oh, goodness.
Well, I'm sorry.
I guess we know who the favorite is.
I had a question to him. I will do you next time, I guess. That was so wrong.
That came out wrong. All right, I'm not sure. I never really thought of it that way.
I will help you next time. Yeah?
Sure. This is kind of awkward.
You're making it awkward.
It was only awkward when you made it awkward, yeah.
There's a couple people. There's this one couple standing across, looking like they're sharing a basket of fries as they all look at you, standing outside. The two people just kind of chewing as they bring one of the fries to their mouth, watching this play out.
Now might be a good time to go to the copper cask.
Mm-hmm. You
Rusty's?
think?
Rusty's, that's the word.
Rusty's.
Thank you. God damn it.
All right. And just like when the sun was high in the sky, for the second time today, you leave the shopper's thoroughfare, walking away. The Adamantine Emporium now closed for the night, the sounds of the city coming to a lull. Buildings now shutting down, except for a few of the pubs that still line the thoroughfare. You decide for the second time. Possibly, unless you decide to go to the Adamantine Emporium and turn around. But you make your way once again to the industrial park in the district of Basra in Oxbrun. And we'll go ahead and end the session right there. I'm almost tempted to just be like, you make it to Rusty's and then we end, because we're going to be like, I don't know, should we go somewhere else again?
I mean,
I
we
wanna
do
find
have
that
that
dwarf
open
again.
invitation. We do have that open invitation to the hot chick. So
Yeah.
Possibly.
yeah.
You have a card. You know where
Yep.
you know where the brass and thistle is. But
Good session, guys.
yeah,
Good session. Good session.
we're back kind of until next month when we're gonna be gone again.
I feel like you jinx things. Like when we came back after the fucking 65 moons, you had said, "Oh, no interruptions. Now we're back for the next 5 weeks or 6 weeks or whatever." Then I was sick immediately. Like, oh.
I did not get you sick, so don't blame me.
I mean,
You were sick, and then I was late, and then it's just a whole mess. But
I feel like
Yeah.
we missed a session before I was sick as well. No,
Yeah, didn't you have something to do, Bam?
something happened.
Wasn't
before
it? Wasn't it Bam that you?
Oh yeah,
fucking-
you had the bachelor party thing.
Yeah, you had the
yeah.
wedding
Yeah,
Yeah,
stuff.
it was before that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get there again. We'll get there, except for November. November, it's already lost. I'm gone. I'm gone too out of the what 5 Saturdays in November. Muffers is gone for one, kind of. I mean, you are gone because you're hanging out with a
Yeah.
friend, so I'm not going to pull you away from that. So yeah, we'll see. But you know what? We have next week, huh? Pretty good.
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
I think it's pretty good.
I think it's Quest's turn now to fucking.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go. We'll do something else. We gotta. No. Unless something comes up, I'll see you guys next week.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you guys for playing. It was a lot of lore, a lot of like people coming together. We had some story, lots of things, and a whole bunch of paths now open to you guys. So
Now we
I'm
found a hot
excited.
chick.
Yeah, you found a hot chick. Got sent on a
probably
fetch
fuck me
quest.
Yeah.
We'll learn the
Good stuff,
mysteries
guys.
of Petey. Yeah, good shit.
I think we need to go back to the docks.
Heading back over to Vern. It's fine. And then we can leave the thoroughfare again after standing outside of the Adamantine Emporium. There are plenty of other shops that you can go visit in the Adamantine Emporium or in the
No,
shop.
but we gotta go somewhere else first each time.
Yeah. I do look. Oxburn has a lot of stuff, so if you guys just want to be like, oh, I don't actually want to spend my time in the Shoppers Thoroughfare, there are actually multiple like shopping districts within the city itself. It's fucking massive. And I'm ready. I'm ready for anything. All right? So we'll see what happens next week. Thanks for playing, guys.
Already.
I'm gonna go
Thank
check
you
out
for
that
jamming.
Elsa Gate thing. So
Yeah, go look at Elsa Gate. It's crazy. Lots of crazy stuff. It's a rabbit hole. It's a very interesting one. Anyways, thank you guys for playing. I hope you had fun today. Lots of role play, lots of really good role play. Super awesome.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah.
for sure, guys.
And I will catch you
Appreciate you all.
guys next week.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye.
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 Oh boy. Thank you guys for joining. I hope you had fun. For anybody that is listening in AFK, if there's nobody, you know what? Thank you anyways. Check out the YouTube. Like and subscribe. Do the thing. Come join the community games. Those are awesome too. It's been, holidays, people aren't around, so there are some slots. Lots of things happening. I am kind of reevaluating my life, but there are some things coming. I don't want to jinx it and say they are coming. I am kind of really looking and prioritizing the things that I truly want to do. And I have some things set up, and I hope, I do hope that something can come of it. I think it's going to be fun. The things that I have planned are quite fun. Convergence is going to be returning. Obviously, we will be here next week. There will be several Saturdays that we will not be here in November, but I'm hoping that after the holidays we can get into some like actual swing of things. Things might be ramping up. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun stuff. Next year's coming up, and we're probably, not probably, we are gonna be playing some Monster Hunter. So for those that are listening, come play Monster Hunter with us. That's gonna be fun. I'm super stoked for Worlds. I just want to play the shit out of that. But thank you, ladies and gentlemen, everyone in between. Have a good night. Have a great day. Have a great evening wherever you are from. Just have a good one, okay? And yeah, we'll be right back next week. It's been fun, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye.